Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get started with a quick overview of our agenda, uh, and then we'll go ahead with our presenters. Thank you for being here this morning. We really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules, and I know this is maybe a little bit sooner than we typically do our fall finance training, but we wanted to make sure that we got you this information and helped you have as successful data submission as you can on your October 1 data and your licensing data and that nature. We also will be planning a mid-year updates finance training about 9 to noon, tentative scheduled for November 20th. So wait for that invitation to go out as well, so that we can cover the mid-year updates after we do your October 1 data. And we'll keep you posted on that. Okay, and just okay. Got a good group of us here. Please speak up, raise your hand if you want to make a comment. If you'd like to make a comment or ask a question in the chat, feel free to do that as well. We'll try to keep it monitored and get any of your questions answered. We do want to be as interactive as we can. If it is a question that maybe only applies to your LEA, go ahead and ask it. But if it's something that we need to take offline, we can do that as well. But we're here to help, here to hopefully have you help you have as successful a year as you possibly can. So just let us know how we can help. But we'll start today. I'll give you a few updates. Want to go over the HB2 Educator professional stipends, make sure we answer any questions that you may have with that. And then we have our child nutrition team that will be presenting to us for about a half an hour. Isaac Pitcher from the STEM Endorsement Incentive Program will give a quick overview and presentation on that program. Debbie Davis, our Chief Audit Executive, will give us an overview of the audit landscape. Spoiler alert, there's a lot. But our grant system administrator, Rebecca Nilsson, is here with Utah Grants updates. Sarah Harward, our grants compliance officer, is here with federal grants updates. We have Malia Height and Kristen Campbell that will be here on educator licensing and assignments. John Palmer and his team, accounts and financial data reporting items for you. Dale Frost and Winona Moss from the MSP team will be here. Cole Shakespeare's team on fiscal monitoring, school fees, time and effort, a few of those things. And then Dr. Rodriguez will give us an update towards the end on the state of the economy and revenue collections and things of that nature. So it is a full day. We again appreciate you being here. Please let us know in the chat or by raising your hand if you have comments or questions, and we'll go ahead and get started. As I pull up my presentation here. I'm also going to add my presentation to the chat. One second. It's not allowing me to. Oh, it says it's in use. I'll add it after I'm done. How's that? Okay, so get this shared here. Okay, can you all see that full screen?
Yes, Sam, I can see it.
All right. Just one second. I'm going to admit a few more. Make let's see. Okay, I made John Palmer the co-host. So if you have trouble getting in, yell at John Palmer as well. But just kidding. Okay. Um, I can get this to change slides. So you'll maybe note that USBE has had some requirements and things of that nature. We have a new superintendent, Dr. Molly Hart. If you have questions about organizations or programs, a great way to find that is to go to schools.utah.gov/org chart. You can cruise around there on our organization chart. But just wanted to give you a quick kind of overview of our team as it's presently constituted, largely the same as it's been over the past couple of years. And we're really grateful to have a good team. And, um, we strive to be here for you, to be responsive. And if there's something that you've been waiting on, please let us know. We want to get you those answers and things as quickly as we can. So Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, Assistant Superintendent Deborah Jacobson, and our Administrative Services Managers, Cami Wilcox and Norley Green, do an awesome job of keeping us all on task and straight and getting us where we need to be when we need to be there. So we want to shout them out and thank them for all they do. Minimum school program, Dale Frost. We have a new member of the MSP team, Winona Moss. You may recognize her name. She came from the SOEP team here at USBE. So we're really grateful to have her as well. And Fiscal monitoring, Cole Shakespeare and his awesome team of 12 physical monitors. I didn't list them all here, but um, all great, and want to recognize their efforts as well. John Palmer and his team of financial reporting experts, Laura Wilson, Cody Wright, and Kalika are awesome as well. Um, they've been hard at work on some dashboards, will be useful to all of us going forward. So really appreciate them. Dr. Nestor Rodriguez is our economist, and here we'll be projecting property tax revenues for the coming year as part of the budget process for the Common Data Committee. And he's an integral part of that process, as well as many other fun projects. Ron Litchfield, our transportation um, specialist here in the state, is with us. He's not presenting to us today, but have questions on transportation, please reach out to him. Dean Dykstra is our construction specialist. And then grant system, you'll hear from them later today, is Rebecca Nilsson and Sarah Harward. Okay. So top right here is one of my favorite characters of all time, Data from Star Trek, the Next Generation. And we're not here to talk about Star Trek today, but we are here to talk about data. As you know, data is very important in all of our systems. We do have the school data amendment committee that's working to ensure data security and get better data for the system. Um, as you may know, we get a lot of data requests here at USBE. You probably get a lot of data requests from different. You may have seen data requests from the Office of the Legislative Auditor General or other entities. Data is really important. It's in focus. We need to make sure that we're doing our part to provide as good a data as we can. As you know, um, student data and educator data also drives your funding. So we just want to make sure that you as a business administrator or as a leader in your LEA are kind of cognizant of that data, making sure that the systems are in place and the people are in place to make sure that your data is accurate, is reflecting what's going on in your LEA, so that you get the funds that you are entitled to, but also so that statewide we have accurate ways to measure what's going on, so that legislators have the best data available and they can make decisions accordingly. So just a few of those systems are UTREX, kind of going into USIMS as well, CACTUS slash USIMS, UPEFS slash USIMS. And just as an FYI, if you're interested, the HB 508 committee reported to the Education Interim Committee of the legislature on the 16th. So I guess that was Tuesday, 2 days ago. The committee's recommendation right now is they've been working on student information systems, and they voted to move forward a recommendation of LEA vendor choice with USBE support as they go forward looking at some of those issues. But just just some reminders on UTREX data submissions, and actually your UTREX experts in your LEAs are getting this information today from the data and statistics team. So just check with them, make sure that you're on the same page and everybody's ready to go. But your October 1 data deadline is October 6th this year, and so that's the business day that it'll be due to be finalized. That data as of October 1. If you have historical updates or SSID merge requests, those are due September 22nd. And we just need to make sure that that there are no extensions on these data deadlines. It's really a tight turnaround to get this data, to make sure that all the validations are in place to then get that data ready for the mid-year updates and all those other things that rely on this data. So data and statistics at USBE does a courtesy data review for every LEA, whether you request it or not. They'll start doing those Friday, September 19th, so tomorrow. And as they do those, you can also request additional reviews if you've had a data review, identified some issues, and need some additional help. Just email data statisticshelp@schools.utah.gov. They're looking through several points of your data to make sure that they can see data accuracy and things like that. But just make sure that you're looking at that with your data folks and make sure that you're seeing the data come out as you are expecting. So below is what that the data and statistics team will be reviewing. I've highlighted some that you might want to make extra sure of that everything is correct and is as expected. So total enrollment counts are important, obviously, but we did have some issues with kindergarten type counts. Some SIS systems will default these to either all half day or all full day, and you may have a mix of those two. So make sure that every kindergarten student is being reported as they are enrolled, whether that's half day or full day. So that you get the appropriate funding for that kindergarten student. Foreign exchange student counts, make sure that your economically disadvantaged or free and reduced lunch indicators are correct and as you expect, and your English learner counts. Those go into the students at risk add-on calculation. So make sure that those are correct and as expected. Some other things that they'll look at are graduation rate data, students on paths to an alternate diploma, things of that nature. But just be reviewing in special ed event dropout data. Just make sure that you are reviewing that with your UTREX expert, with your data experts in your LEA. I know some of you have very small LEAs, and that might be the person right now. It might be a person that's um, a little bit farther away. Make sure that you're all on the same page and reviewing those. Okay. Um, and then tips for final submissions. Don't wait until the last day and minute to finalize. Um, Thoroughly review that data. We're here to assist. So if you have questions or issues, reach out as soon as you can, sooner than later. You don't need any permission to finalize. If you are ready, go ahead and finalize. If you do finalize and find an issue later, you can refinalize. So make sure that you're just double checking, get that finalized, and we hope that you all can get the most correct data that you possibly can. And then last but not least, download all of those October 1 reports for your records and for future audits. And I would, as you download those reports, those are a great tool to check and make sure that the data that you've finalized is accurate and what you expect. Um, so, okay. Couple of things that I wanted to review as well. A good tool for you, and we're actually working on this in the report requirements task force that we've kind of have named the Administration and Transparency Task Force. It's legislators, board members, and representatives from different LEAs working on aligning or reducing reporting requirements. This may be a spot where we end up putting a more extensive list of reporting requirements, but this is one place you can go to make sure that your LEA is reporting everything that you need to on time. It's located at this link, but it's the reference document in our administrative rule R277484, which is data standards. So go ahead and go to that link and make sure that you are, finding that. And if maybe John Palmer, if you can throw that link in the chat, um, for everyone's reference. That's a great place to go. All right, so let's talk about the professional support stipend. I have had quite a few of you reach out with questions, which is great. But we were able to combine that with the classified FTE survey. And we want to just the go through a couple of things that questions that have come up and make sure that you all know what to expect. The survey is due September 30. The reason for that is so that we can get you paid by October, which is our plan. We want to make sure that we get you paid as fast as possible. So make sure that your LEA submits your submission by September 30 so that we can get you paid. And then the deadline legislation to pay your educators or return any extra funds is December 31. So it is a tight timeline. Um, and, and one of the reasons that we needed to send out a Qualtrics survey. Okay. So a little bit on timing and why there are two different entries there for the classified FTE survey and then the specific categories for the stipend. Um, I have some LEAs that feel like their numbers will be a little bit more accurate if they use kind of the September 30 date. And so they may have some that have quit or shuffled around a little bit. As you know, for September 1, that's the qualifying date the stipend. But if you have other folks that you feel like the counts may be a little bit more correct on the classified FTE, there can be a little bit of difference there. And so um, if I do see you submit something that's wildly different from what you've submitted in the past on your classified FTE counts, the appropriation total was based on the fiscal um, 25 reported classified FTE counts. If there's something wildly different, we'll probably reach out, but we trust you to be accurate and give us the accurate data. So make sure that you are doing that. And if you do have questions, reach out and let us know. Um, so just a reminder on these qualifying positions, and I wanted to see if there were any clarifications or questions on these. So the instructional paraprofessionals category, again, this is paid staff only, no volunteers, no contractors, but paid on your payroll only. Um, Teachers and paraprofessionals, object codes 161. Um, we have here school-based instructional IT support staff if it doesn't require teaching credentials. The key here is if someone is in Cactus, don't report them here. But if they're not in Cactus, report them here in the instructional paraprofessionals. We qualify there. Library paraprofessionals, very similar, but if they do hold a library media endorsement and are in Cactus, don't include them here. School support, secretary and clerical personnel and object code 152. But if they are at a district office and not at a school office, that's the demarcation there where they wouldn't qualify for this stipend. I've heard that many LEAs are indeed going to still pay a stipend to those employees, but they just wouldn't qualify for the $1,000 from the state for that stipend. In charter schools, you may have someone that kind of is fulfilling both an LEA and a school role at the same time. If they are based at the school, they do qualify for this category. Just a clarification here on student support. Um, if again, the speech language pathologists are in Cactus. So these descriptions come from the federal EdFax reporting, and we've tried to go in and put some of the object codes there to help. But if you have any questions about what exactly that should look like, let us know. Um, Crystal, does it include preschool aides? Uh, if the preschool program is part of your public uh, program, if it's not a paid program where the parents are paying you and you have kind of a related um, entity, I would say yes, they would qualify if they're part of your, sped preschool, those sorts of things that are part of your regular public education program. Um, so, uh, yeah, and I had a question come up in the chat as well. Um, if they're licensed in Cactus, if they're just in Cactus with a background check so they can do a training or something like that, they still qualify. But if they're in Cactus with a license, they won't qualify. Um, and Beverly, good question on coaches. Um, so most of those, if it's going to be a very few coaches that would qualify here if they're kind of some sort of a year-round coach of a program or a club and they're not licensed. Um, we have to kind of look there. Really, the coaches is more for the classified FTE reporting. So use your judgment on that one. But if you have a specific situation, let us know and we can look through that. Okay. And then other support staff. So just making sure that if any of these have anyway, excuse me. So bus drivers do qualify, mechanics and garage employees, 174, 175, custodians and maintenance personnel, food services personnel, and other classified personnel. If they are a classified employee that works in any of these areas, they do qualify based on the statutory language. So let us know if you have any questions on that. Looks like I have a question here from Neil Stevens. Neil, go ahead and you can come off mute and
Oh, it's just easier to ask out loud. Clarification on our support staff that are in CACTUS, our school psychs, our speech language pathologists, our OTs. I know they're in the FTE report. Are they going to be eligible for the stipend as well? I'm just trying to figure out
so
the.
yeah, I highlighted my understanding is that the speech language pathologists and audiologists will be in there with a license and they're getting the educator salary adjustment, so they don't qualify. School nurses, occupational therapists, physical therapists do qualify for this stipend. They, they're licensed in other ways, not through CACTUS, so they're not getting the educator salary adjustment.
Okay, so SLPs would and audiologists will not get the if they're licensed in CACTUS, reported in CACTUS, we don't report them in the FTE or the stipend report because they'll get a separate payment form.
Right, right.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. All right. Other questions? I seem to have lost the chat here, so no, here it is. Okay. Let's see. If our district chooses to pay a stipend to a non-qualifying employee, do we pay that from program 5659? You can choose any applicable program. It could be K through 12 funds, whatever funding source you have available would be allowable there. So, okay. All right. So thank you for your patience as we roll out this one-time program that we don't know if it'll come back again. Um, and then just on your benefits, we really want to send you the exact amount of money that you need so that you don't have to send us back anything. Because this was such a tight turnaround, we didn't put it into Utah Grants to do reimbursements or anything like that. But just make sure that you give us, you're going to give us your FTE total. So if it's 85, you'll get 85,000, and then give us the exact amount in dollars of the benefits that you need. And so if your total benefit percentage was 20,000 or 20% off of that 85,000, you put in a benefit cost of 17,000. But whatever you do to calculate that, make sure that you're including just those benefits that apply to that $1,000 payment. So payroll taxes, workers' comp, unemployment, and retirement associated with that $1,000. And again, our intent is for you to tell us exactly the amount that you'll need. So we send that to you. You can pay that out to your employees, and you don't have to worry about sending anything back. Um, I will say that I do believe the appropriation is plenty to get everyone paid for everything that is requested. If there's a small chance that if everyone has wildly underreported their classified FTE staff, and now everyone is correct, that we would have to prorate the appropriation accordingly. But again, I do believe that there's plenty, and that so make sure you report everyone that qualifies, and we should be in a good spot there. Okay. Just a couple of quick things that we wanted to share with you on your allotment memo. If you've seen the 25 SF school fees PSRO line, if you remember back to the 2024 general session, they've been limiting some of the school fees categories or school fees that you're able to charge. And so they appropriated 35.5 million to LEAs that existed during that time to be distributed to kind of replace some of that lost revenue. So this year we distributed half of that 35.5 million. Your share to your LEA is your 7 through 12 student enrollment based on statewide enrollment. So you'll also see this come in 27 and 28. It'll be less, but you will see a little bit of that coming for the next 2 years. If you're a brand new LEA, you didn't have students at that time, so you don't get this. But for most LEAs, this will apply, and just want to make sure that you knew. Um, let's see, and all right, and back to HB2 stipend. Do the following positions qualify? Transportation bus aides, yes. That would be other support staff. I think that's registered behavioral technician. If they would be like a instructional paraprofessional if they're not licensed. Student workers, is that like a custodian? Yes. Community liaison, probably yes, and other support staff. And then adult ed aides, yes. Yes, I think they'd qualify as either an instructional support staff or other support staff. Okay, what allotment does this come on? Off the top of my head, it may have been July. If not, it was August. It's already there on your allotments. So if you can't find that and you think you qualified, okay, thanks, Winona. It was August. Okay. Yes, that was a lump sum. That's the entirety of your payment for the year. Okay. Um, so just our educator licensing folks will be here and they'll go into the Shine program a little bit more as well. But I wanted to let you know that for July and August, if you saw 26 PQS teacher salary supplement program, that is actually the Shine program. It has the same program coding as the teacher salary supplement program. So if you had prior year, it would be 24 or 25 PQS that you would see um, the teacher salary supplement program for. We are getting that renamed, so you should see that fixed September going forward. But just so you know, we were trying to confuse you. So the 26 PQS teacher salary supplement program is the Shine program. And again, the educator licensing folks will go over that, but make sure that your LEA has a policy for the Shine program. Determine high needs areas, at least 2, but up to 5. Those can be fairly general. So you could say just special education of any sort could be one of those areas. Your LEA determines the amount based on your allocation, and you need to record those teachers in CACTUS. And again, the educator licensing folks will be here with some specifics on that one. And as I mentioned, tentatively November 20th is our date for a mid-year updates training to go over um, those things. Ashlyn, I'll have Winona uh, be looking for that for you and see what's going on there if you don't have a 25 SF in your August allotment. Um, Again, thank you for being here. Looking forward to a great training today. If you do have ad hoc training requests, or if you have someone new in your organization, or if you're a new BA yourself, please reach out anytime um, to me by email, by phone. I will put my um, cell here in the chat. Jennifer, the agenda was in the chat earlier, but I'll put it here in just a bit. So please reach out. We're happy to come to you, come to your office, set up a virtual meeting. You can come into the USBE offices. Anything that works for you. We want to make sure that you have all of the training that you need to get your job done to the best of your ability. But anyway, thank you, and we will get child nutrition loaded up here in just a bit. I think I saw Kim here.
Yes, I'm here.
You should have sharing rights, so let me know if you don't have those, but
All right, is that coming through okay?
not seeing it yet. Yeah.
Try it again.
Yeah, now we can see it.
All right. Need to click one more button on that. All right, good morning. Kim Loveland, Director of Child Nutrition Programs, also on the call. Kelsey Eller, she's Coordinator for School Programs. I think Michelle Martin is also on the call. Oh, just one second.
There it is. Perfect.
There, okay, thank you, Sam. All right. We are good to go. Again, Kim Loveland, Director of Child Nutrition Programs. Michelle Martin and Kelsey Eller will be on the chat monitoring that for us if you have questions that come up throughout our time this morning. And just for context, if some of you are new, Kelsey Eller is over our compliance and monitoring for school programs. Michelle Martin helps us with our USDA foods and our professional learning. So they are two good contacts to know if you have questions about those particular functions that we do out of our office. Also, if you supervise your food service programs, you can reach out to the three of us, or you are assigned child nutrition specialists for help throughout the school year. Okay, objectives for this morning. I'm going to do just a high-level update on program changes and reimbursement rates that you need to consider for this year with your nonprofit school food service account budgets. I'll also go over the grant that was just announced, 26 FSAS, reduced price lunches, also tied to that House Bill 100 that passed. We will go over just implementation plan for where we're at with our state software system changes that will impact your food service programs and how they are submitting claims and reporting to our office. Also, we are gearing up for our administrative reviews and procurement reviews. And so I'll again just highlight that and how we'll be handling those this year. And then we just want to make sure that everyone has access to our professional learning resources that we have available online. So those are the 5 things that we'll be focusing on this morning. And like I said, if you have questions, please put them in the chat and we'll get to them. Okay, so for this beginning school year 26, with the final rule that was passed, there are changes to the meal pattern. And so starting this year, we will have reduced sugar limits in cereal, yogurt, and milk. And so as your food service programs and your menu planners start working through that, anytime there's changes in foods that need to be served as part of those reimbursable meals, you'll want to look at prices, right? And contracts and see how that's going to impact your budgets. Moving forward, there will be additional criteria for sodium in school meals and the reductions in that over the next few years. So we're just watching that a little bit, kind of seeing what the industry is doing for us. And then we're also providing technical assistance and training because menus really do drive your labor costs and your food costs. Another new thing that's this year is collecting information on those commercial food purchases. Starting this school year, 10% of total commercial food expenditures should be American grown. Can be non-domestic grown foods. So 90% of your commercial food purchases need to be domestic, grown in the US foods. So we have provided information to your food service directors on that as well. And again, that impacts your food costs and your budgets on them. All right, here are the links for the reimbursement rates starting for this school year. These links are posted on the USDA web pages that I've provided in the slides. The current year and then prior year rates are included on those pages for reference too. So encourage you to look at those as you're doing budget estimates throughout the year, and especially encouraging food service and your business office as you are receiving your reimbursements through your monthly allotment memos. Please double check those. As we have a new software system that we're implementing, we really want to make sure those numbers are right. We've been doing a lot of testing and things like that, but we want to make sure that you guys are getting the money that's been earned on that. So just be aware of that as we move forward. So we have our base reimbursement rates that we calculate based off the number of free, reduced, and paid meals that are submitted to our office through our software system. There's calculations made on the back end of that. There's additional reimbursement that can be applied to those meals depending on different qualifications. Some of those qualifications are site-based and some of those are district-wide or charter-wide. So on this slide, I've highlighted 3 of those. These are pertaining to the school meal programs. For lunch, there's a performance-based additional rate when the food service program is compliant with the current meal pattern. And for this year, that's an extra 9 cents. For sites that serve 40% or more of their lunches to students that qualify for free reduced price eligibility in the second preceding year, will receive additional reimbursement for that. And I have a couple slides coming up that show you that the actual numbers for severe need breakfast and non-severe need. Those calculations are site-based and applied to site claims that we receive. The third one on the slide is 2-cent differential. And so when 60% or more lunches served in the second preceding school year are served to students that qualify for free or reduced price meals, it's kind of a mouthful, we tack on an extra 2 cents to the lunches. And that is applied to all of the lunch claims and all of the student eligibility for free, reduced, and paid for the program. So just be aware that those can change from time to time depending on where the numbers fall on how many students are being served at the free and reduced price rate. So this next slide is the breakfast reimbursement rate table. Here on the left, you can see student eligibility. That's based on direct certification or household applications that the food service processes based off income eligibility guidelines. And so you can see the free row, reduced price row, and then paid row. So for your non-severe need breakfast, so your regular breakfast sites, they're getting $2.46 for a free breakfast, $2.16 for a reduced price breakfast, and 40 cents for a paid breakfast. And this is federal reimbursement. And then if they qualify for that severe need breakfast, you can see there's quite a difference in what the federal reimbursement is for that free and reduced price category. The paid category does stay the same. So that does help as you're looking at participation numbers, free, reduced, paid eligibility, and just doing estimates on what you should be receiving for your breakfast reimbursements. This next slide covers the lunch and snack reimbursement rate table. Again, same format, free, reduced, price, and paid. And then you can see the numbers for the different reimbursement rates that are earned in those categories. So with the column header, regular plus performance-based 9%, that's the standard rate that we're paying for all lunches. And you can see with the free on that, that's $4.69, reduced $4.29, and then your paid is 53 cents. And there's different buckets of money that we get, and that's outlined more in the Federal Register on those links that I provided in the previous slide. Those USDA web pages explain what those buckets of money are and how those totals are calculated. So you can see the difference in this regular plus performance-based column here, the difference between the free federal reimbursement and the paid federal reimbursement is $4.16. So I know a lot of food service programs are not charging $4 for a lunch for their paid students, but just consider, you know, there's quite a bit difference between the free, reduced federal reimbursement and the paid, knowing what your actual meal costs are and the revenues that you're being charged. Obviously, there's some balancing and other considerations that need to be taken in what you end up charging your paid students for meals. As we move across the chart to the right, you can see the 2-cent differential, which is tax on the 2 cents for free, reduced, and paid meals for lunches. To start off our school year for state reimbursement, this is the liquor tax. We're going to start the year off at 75 cents based off of our estimates from last year. And we don't have our federal budgets for 2026 yet. So we're going to start a little conservative this year with those rates. Just know that in December and January, we'll be looking at our revenue from the alcohol sales tax revenue that we receive. Also, we'll be looking at meals that have been claimed. We'll make any adjustments mid-year. And then at the end of the year, we do a closeout process where we take the revenues received as of a certain point in time. Usually that's what we've received by May with the closeout that we need to do in July and just timing on when we get those funds. And we'll do a reconciliation there and then do a closeout payout in July, August of next year for this year's state revenue. And then for your after-school snack programs, we don't have, there are some sites that do that. Those are the rates listed for there. There are certain sites that qualify based on eligibility criteria, and so all of their snacks that they serve will get the $1.26 a snack. And then all of our summer food service programs under the seamless summer option, those sites that qualify, all of those meals are paid out at the free reimbursement rate. So that's why you're not seeing a reduced price or paid reimbursement there. Michelle or Kelsey, do we have any questions in the chat so far?
The only question that we have is, are these rates significantly different than last year?
Not significantly different. There was a about 5-cent increase on the federal side here on that far left number. So it's based on the consumer price index, and that explains that in the website pages that USDA posts. If you want more information on that, or if you have additional questions, we're welcome to answer those offline too. But yeah, it's about 5 cents more than last year. Doesn't really catch up with the inflation, everything else that we're seeing, but we'll take any increase we can get. Thanks, Kelsey. All right, this next slide is our USDA foods in schools. Schools do not actually receive the additional 45 cents through your allotment memo. Our state value that we use for USDA foods is based off last year's school lunches that were claimed. So they take the number of lunches times the rate of 45 cents. They did this back in January as an estimate, and determined what Utah would get as a whole for their USDA foods and schools value. Because that rate didn't change when they released this in August, there won't be any adjustments for what we've already allocated to schools that are participating in the USDA Foods in Schools program. And so we'll just be working one-on-one with your food service staff in making sure that orders are being completed in Primero Edge, that they're getting the deliveries that they need. We also know that there could be some cancellations and things like that, but we try to work in adjusting that and making sure that the maximum value of your USDA foods is utilized in your programs. Again, that just helps offset some of your food costs. For those of you that participate in the Child and Adult Care Food Program for the at-risk after-school program, or if you have other child care programs under your purview, they do receive a cash in lieu instead of USDA foods in schools, and that rate for this year has been set at 30.3050 cents per lunch and supper that is claimed for that. So just know that that is some additional funding that's received for that program. And just for additional context for the USDA foods value last year for school year 2025, our state distributed more than $20 million in food value. And so that equates to more than 14 million pounds of food that were sent out to your schools. So that 45 cents adds up. All right, moving on to the new grant that was just announced. So with House Bill 100 legislation, the state appropriated the just over $2.5 million for this state fiscal year. This was one-time appropriated funding. That application was announced in Utah Grants. It's live. I think this morning we had 27 LEAs with applications in the system. So thank you to those of you that have done that. You have until Friday, September 26th at 5 p.m. to get the application in. We are expecting all public LEAs to have applications in the system in order to receive the funds. So I just want to clarify just the process on this. So you'll put your application into the Utah Grant system. Chris Bruin in our office is monitoring that and helping us with that grant. And then as you're in that grant system, there's a tab, the applications tab in there, and then that has a link to the Qualtrics survey that we'll be using to gather the backup documentation to pay out the funds throughout the year. So we only need the application in the system with your budget estimates by September 26th. The quarterly funding requests, you'll submit those Qualtrics surveys. You'll need to work with your food service program to get the data on how many students qualified for reduced price meal eligibility and how many reduced price lunches were served to your K-12 students. This grant excludes any pre-K or retained seniors, so you need to just give us those K through 12 lunch numbers for reduced price. Once that information is submitted in Qualtrics, then you'll go into Utah Grants and you'll complete your funding request. So because this is one-time funding, we just decided to put it together this way. If this becomes ongoing funding, then we'll look at possibly doing it a little bit different. We have received a few questions regarding the grants. I wanted to address those today. As you're doing your budget estimates, we looked at the number of reduced price students and the number of reduced price lunches that were claimed by public districts and charter schools last year. We multiplied that by 40 cents to get estimated budgets on what we thought could potentially be allocated to each one of you throughout this year. That leaves us with about $1 million to spare based off the appropriation. So my recommendation would be to talk to your food service program, see if their reduced price eligible students are close to the same. They might be lower or a little bit higher than they were last year. So you'll want to adjust for that as you're figuring out your budgets. And then when you get your total number of reduced price meals that were served last year, times it by the 40 cents, adjust that again if your eligibility has gone up. Chris is tracking those budget estimates that are being put in Utah Grants. As we're looking through those, some of those estimates are pretty close to what we thought you guys would have. Some of them are quite a bit higher than we thought. So just know that you might not get everything that you put as your estimated budget on there. Just as we try to manage this grant. But I do not anticipate us running out of funds for this year if the trend stays pretty close to what we are expecting. So as we're doing these quarterly funding requests, we'll be again looking at the numbers, seeing how much revenue, what expenditures we're charging to this program, and then just monitoring that throughout the year. And we'll keep you posted if something unforeseen happens and we get close to running out. But like I said, I think we're going to be just fine. The other thing on the Qualtrics funding requests, again, just work with your food service to get the information. Your food service programs, we're asking them to submit their claims for reimbursement by the 4th working day each month. So they should already have those reports and that information that needs to be submitted into Qualtrics. I think we have until the 10th of each month. So for example, if the end of the quarter ends September 31st, end of this month, ideally we would ask for that first quarter numbers to be submitted in Qualtrics by the 4th working day of October. And then our team needs to work with our finance ops to get your funding requests approved in the system. And we're working to get all that done no later than October 10th. So that gives a few days for follow-up or getting approvals done. So we're going to shoot for the 4th working day, ideally, no later than the 10th working day of each month for us to get those approved so you guys can get paid at the end of the month. All right. Do we have any questions in the chat about this grant that I can answer really quick?
Yeah, the first one is, do we put the budget number in the application from the Qualtrics data, or do we use last year's number?
So we won't need anything in Qualtrics at this time. We're just going to focus on the budget estimates in the application. Hopefully that answers the question.
The next question is, if the number of meals are in the nutrition reporting system as part of our claims, why are we resubmitting them through the Qualtrics system?
That is a good question, and we thought through that because we are limiting the meal counts to K through 12. We don't have a way in our current system to separate out any pre-K or post, like retained seniors on that. So that's why we had decided to go through the Qualtrics. And like I said, if this ends up being long-term, we'll look at maybe doing this a little bit different. We just can't break it down on how that information's being reported in our new Primero Edge system.
The next question is, will we need to submit a copy of the Qualtrics survey with the Utah Grants quarterly request?
Good question. No, we'll have all of that documentation in Qualtrics, so you will not need to upload that.
Courtney had a question about coming up with a budget number, and I can answer that one. Yes, you use last year's reduced numbers and you can multiply it by the 40 cents to get your budget number. The last question, Kim, is should we create a separate class in our books for this grant, or should it go towards the overall NSLP budget?
It should go towards your nonprofit school food service account. And one other thing I wanted to mention with this too, in talking with some food directors, there most likely is a way for the point of sale system to be set up so that your lunch clerks, as kids are going through the lunch line, that they can have a button set up there for a reduced price eligible lunch, no charge. That way the student accounts are not being charged that 40 cents for lunch. So food service can work with their software systems in setting that up.
I see one more question, which is, does the Qualtrics form have to be submitted on the same day as the last day of the quarter? Is there any leeway to be able to review the data prior to submitting it?
Ideally, the process would be to get the information from your food service. It's an open public link too, so however you want to assign that within your LEA on who's responsible for submitting that Qualtrics survey. We would like that completed first because that pulls it into a spreadsheet for us so we can, for tracking purposes, and then we'll just cross-reference that with the Utah Grants funding request. But like I said, the fourth working day is ideal. We have up until the 10th to get stuff approved. Otherwise, it would have to wait till the next month for processing.
We had one more question, just repeating the question from before about why we're submitting the information in both Qualtrics and Utah Grants, and if we can use the information from the Qualtrics survey to reimburse each LEA.
Yeah, so the Qualtrics survey will be our data collector, and that will there'll be a question where you upload the actual documentation or the reports that you're using to support your request, because our office is accountable to do some additional reporting to the state legislative office. So that's why we have it set up that way. Hopefully it doesn't take but a few minutes. That's the goal once you have the data.
I don't see anything else at the moment, Kim.
Okay. Thank you. Good questions. Chris Bruin is the point of contact for the program side. If you have questions about the Qualtrics submissions, he can also answer questions or give you information if you need help with your estimates. He's got the base data that we used as well to help you out on that. If you have questions with the Utah Grant system itself or user access, that will need to go through the Utah Grants help desk. All right, some summary BT updates on that. We're finishing up our first year of programming for Sunbucks, and DWS has reported this week that over 200,000 students received the benefits in our state, which equates to more than $24 million in benefits were issued to households to purchase food during the summer months. So we're just wrapping up that program. There will be a few students that continue to be issued benefits just as we troubleshoot some of the cases on that. But at the end of your end of this month, look on your allotment memo. There will be a new program, 25 SCBT. We did put in the budget to pay LEAs that submitted data for this program. And we had, I think, just over $180,000 to distribute on that. We did a fair share allocation based off your October survey for reduced price eligibility numbers. And so that funding can be used to pay for staff that process free reduced price applications. It can pay for staff that have helped with the UTREX S5 submissions or the Qualtrics reports for our data collection. So if you have specific questions on that, once you get that information on your allotment memo, you can reach out to me directly on that and can talk through anything that you have questions on. Really quick procurement, just some high-level things for this based off things that we've seen on reviews and things that have come up. In preparation for your reviews for this year, make sure that the procurement policy that the food service program is adhering to has the federal terms and conditions. That's a common finding that we've seen on reviews. The other thing is internal controls. That's a big priority of USDA at this point. And so just know who you're doing business with. There's a federal requirement for checking suspension and debarment with vendors that you're doing business with. Also, make sure you're getting the correct price, and that's just part of contract management. Whatever price was agreed upon, making sure that that's the price that you're actually being charged on the invoices. And then separation of duties is also a big big part of this with, who's doing the procurement, what are they trained on as far as procurement, who's part of that process, who's doing the ordering, and who's receiving the product and doing inventory. So just making sure that your staff are trained on those key elements.
So Christina Merrill really only worked till August 27th. That was her last day. That's what the sheet says. Okay. Christina Merrill.
Oh, there we go. Also, just for awareness, we try to highlight this every year, but USDA has allowed states to come up with a approved equipment list. And so there's a link that we provide on these slides to that list for equipment that's under $25,000. As long as that equipment is listed on that list and the single item purchase price is less than $25,000, you follow your procurement process and you go ahead and purchase those items. If there's an item on the list with the cost more than $25,000 for that single unit price, USDA is requiring states to look at that request. We have a request form on our NSLP Central webpage. The state reviews that and has to approve that before it is an allowable cost to the nonprofit school food service account. Any equipment that's not on that list must be sent into our office to be approved in order to be an allowable cost to the nonprofit school food service account. So we see this once in a while. Just want to make sure you guys are aware of what the procedure is and what the requirement is on that. The link to NSLP Central is here, and we'll make sure that everyone gets the slides so you can access those links. All right, technology and data. So we have been using CMP Web state software system for child nutrition programs for a number of years. We are sunsetting that system. We've purchased new statewide modules through Primero Edge. We've been using the USDA Foods and School module for a couple of years now. This is the first year that we are standing up the other modules that are listed on this slide for school nutrition, child and adult care food program, our summer meals, direct certification for eligibility, and verification to verify eligibility will all be modules that will be going live this year. So with that, these next couple of weeks, we are focusing on getting the system set up and getting all of the information from each LEA and sponsoring organization that participate in our programs are set up in the system, that their initial packets is what we call them, with all of their sponsor information, site information sheets are in there correctly. That's why we are asking about EIN numbers and UEI numbers and all of that, because we have to put that in this system in order for it to work. And we have to validate that as part of our compliance for USDA and federal funding. So we're busy working with your food service directors on getting all that information in the system. We will do a claim entry training, either the end of September, first part of October, with your food service staff. We will be walking with them through the process so that they understand which data points they need to put in. We do site-based claiming, so they do enter numbers for each site. And then we will focus on getting those claims processed in the new software system that first week of October to meet our deadlines to get you paid. We're still working through, there's things that pop up in this new system that we didn't anticipate, but our company that we're working with has been very responsive, turning around things very quickly. But just know there is risk involved there. If the packets don't get approved on time, if the claims don't get entered on time, financial ops, has their cutoff dates that we have to adhere to in order to get state financing and all of the allotment memos done. So just know that there's some risk on that. We're doing the best we can to get everyone's claims in on time. So we'll work on that first part of October as far as claims, and then we are transitioning right into child and adult food care program, which some of you participate in. So that's where we're at this point in time with setting up that new software system. And then just know that, it is a new system. The functionality is a little bit different. It's not as linear as CMP Web. And so we will have additional trainings with verification, how to report that. And then we'll probably do our direct certification module in December, but they still have access to the one in CMP Web. Any questions on that?
There are none in the chat at the moment.
Okay. Highlights for monitoring compliance. There's a link to sponsors, and they've already been notified of who's getting a administrative review and procurement review this school year. We did adjust our procurement review timeline, which is on the screen here, if that impacts you, just because, again, we're focusing on some additional time that we needed for the Primero Edge stand up. So just know that your notification will be coming in October, and we're working to get all the documentation and reports and everything finished up by May or June of 2026. So Kelsey Eller will be your point of contact if you have any questions on your administrative reviews or procurement reviews. We will also be using Primero Edge module to document the reviews. So there will be activities completed by my team to get those reviews open in this new software system. And then there will be activities and document uploads that will be required by your district and charter school staff, which will be different for procurement reviews because we didn't do that before. So we have trainings online, and we can help you through that process as needed. And then lastly, just again, professional learning opportunities that we provide. Our team does a really great job on providing just-in-time trainings. We do a lot of virtual trainings because I know it's hard for people to travel. And we do have some in-person trainings that we do. Please make note that we will be doing a fall conference November 18th and 19th. It'll be at Rice Eccles in Salt Lake City. Our focus on this conference will be procurement. We will be bringing in the Urban Food Alliance. They have a contract with USDA. Dr. Katie Wilson will be coming, and she was a food service director. She's also worked at the national office at USDA, and now she is working with a group of individuals that are really focusing on procurement and helping schools with their menu planning and procurement to get the best price. So that would be a really good thing that we would encourage someone from your business office or your procurement office and your food service director to attend. We will also be bringing in vendors that process USDA foods. And so we'll be doing a food show with that conference as well. So you can see, taste, hear, learn about the specifications and the process to utilize USDA foods that way. The link for our Canvas page is on here for all of our programs. And then you can also reach out to Michelle Martin in our office or your assigned CMP specialist if there are specific trainings that we can assist with. And that's all I have for child nutrition today. Any last questions? All right. Thanks for the opportunity. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Kim and CNP team. We appreciate it. Okay. We will get Isaac Pitcher here. He's works with the STEM Endorsement Incentive Program. And I believe I scared him a little bit because the agenda says that he has an hour. But we're actually going to probably be able to take a little break after Isaac presents here. So Isaac, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Good morning, everybody. I'm Isaac Pitcher. As Sam said, I help manage the STEM Endorsement Incentive Program, and I'm also a data analyst here in the Teaching and Learning Department at USBE. So, if I can share my screen. Okay. So along with me, Alicia Mormon helps do some of the administrative work for the grant. We're kind of in some personnel changes here in TNL. So there's a new STEM coordinator who will soon be up to speed with the program. In the meantime, if you have any questions or anything, you can direct those to either me or Alicia. So I'll just give a quick overview of the STEM-EIP, and then I'm going to get into kind of where we are with the program and what you can expect in the upcoming year or so. So the STEM-EIP is a reimbursement program for teachers who have completed coursework from an institution of higher education that counts toward a STEM endorsement. So the target of the program is to reimburse teachers for the courses they take to become more qualified in their positions. So eligible personnel are public school educators on a current teaching contract who have completed coursework through an accredited college and have passed the course with a C or better. The pathway to receiving reimbursement obviously first starts with the teacher taking a qualifying course, and there are a number of different ways teachers go about that. Some of them take courses individually and then follow these next steps on their own. Some teachers go as part of a cohort, which I'm sure some of the LEAs up here will be familiar with. And some of them go straight through the college and receive reimbursement that way. But the traditional pathway starts with the teacher taking the course. They complete their course. They turn in a teacher application to the LEA, and then an LEA administrator or representative submits a reimbursement request on behalf of the teacher through our online Qualtrics form. And in some cases, it's through an Excel sheet. There are certain cases where that makes more sense. The LEA will will verify that the coursework has been completed with a C or better, that the teacher is on an active assignment, and then we vet the requests that come through and send out reimbursements on quarterly allotments. Those quarterly allotments are listed on our FAQ page, along with all of the details about the program and criteria for teachers and coursework eligibility. So I will drop this link in the chat. Maybe. I'll do that after I'm done here. But here it is. Here's a quick link. Okay, just to give you an idea of how the program has been growing. In FY23, we spent about 1.1 million. The program receives an ongoing funding amount of 1.2 million each year. Given that the program had not reached its spending capacity in the first several years, we came up with a carry forward spending plan of providing educator incentives to those who had completed and earned an endorsement during the preceding fiscal year. So FY23 was the first year that we had done that, and we incentivized about 500,000, and the other 650,000 went to the traditional coursework reimbursements. And that year we reimbursed about 580 educators and just north of 1,000 classes. In FY24, the program grew a lot. We spent over 2.2 million, 1.3 million of which was in reimbursements and 930,000 in the incentives. That was about 900 educators and about 2,600 courses. So this was the year we really had quite a bit more funding from previous fiscal years, and we were able to give out quite large incentives. This last fiscal year, we spent just over 1.4 million. 1.1 million was in reimbursements, and 310,000 went out in incentives last fall. So those would have been the FY25 incentives based on endorsements that were earned during the 2024 school year. Again, about 900 educators and about 2,300 courses. So as you can see, the amount we've spent the last 2 years is actually greater than the allocation of the program. And we are finally at a point where we are basically working with the pot of money we are given each new fiscal year. And now we have to stay contained within that amount because we don't have carry forward funds from previous years where the program didn't meet its spending capacity. We are at the spending capacity now. In fact, so much so that we are not going to be able to send out incentives this year. We have really a relatively small amount left from the FY25 pot of funds. So instead, we'll be using those to, in case we meet our spending capacity again next year, we'll have a little bit of cushion. Because what we really don't want, since the primary purpose of the program is reimbursements, we really don't want to reach our cap and then have teachers who have completed courses at the end of the year not be able to be reimbursed. So depending on how this next year goes, and maybe even within the year, we might be exploring reducing some of the reimbursement caps that we have in place right now. Currently, it's $500. And there is some leniency for this one. The courses aligned with an elementary endorsement, and $1,500 for courses aligned with a secondary endorsement. So it's possible we will reduce those ceilings a little bit just so we don't run out of funds for teachers to be able to be reimbursed. But we won't know for sure until, again, I've spoken with the new STEM coordinator and the director of teaching and learning. So once we make those decisions, we will send out communications to the LEAs, and we will also be sending out a written communication to all of you regarding the incentives that we won't be able to pay them this year. Yeah, so I think I may open it up to questions if anybody has a question they'd like to ask.
Not seeing any in the chat here, Isaac.
Okay, one other thing I'll add is starting on this next quarterly allotment that will be going out in October, we'll be including teacher names associated with the amounts that all of the LEAs receive. In the past, it's been kind of a LEA responsibility to keep track of the teachers that have been submitted for. And then when we send out funds, they'll send the list to the BAs. I think there have been some LEAs where that's been an issue. So we're just going to start sending out the teacher names on allotment memos for anyone who is included in the reimbursement total that is sent to the LEA. So you'll receive the amount in Utah grants, and then the allotment memo will contain a list of teacher names so that you can identify them really easily.
Ryan, I think Isaac answered your question there, but let us know if you need any additional clarification there. So.
Better information on who's being reimbursed on the allotment. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad that cleared that up.
All right, well, we appreciate it, Isaac.
All right, thanks everybody.
Yeah.
If you have any other questions, you can always give me a call or an email, and I'll be happy to walk you through anything. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, you bet. All right. Is there any questions to this point on anything that we've covered, or any questions? Otherwise, we'll take a quick break here until 11 a.m. and we'll see you all soon. I'll put that here on the screen. Oops. But any questions? Okay. Well, we'll see you all at 11 a.m. on the dot. Thanks. All right. Well, it's 11 a.m. by my watch, so we'll resume here with Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis and kind of an overview of the audit and landscape. And my apologies, Debbie. I think we neglected to change the title on the agenda of your presentation, but I hope everybody will forgive us there. Anyway, we'll turn the time over to Debbie. So thank you.
Thanks, Sam. And it was probably my oversight. I think it might be on my end that I didn't update it, but the titles are materially the same in what we're going to cover. So again, Debbie Davis, I'm the Chief Audit Executive for the State Board of Education, and really just wanted to take a few minutes to provide you with some information about audits, what's happening in that area, and then also with the hotline, because there have been some significant changes there just in recent months, just very recently. So let's start with audits, and hopefully you have the materials so you can click through and read through, and I'm going to walk through it and just add some additional detail to what's in the actual document as well. So first and foremost, we have external audits, and external audits, as we define them at the State Board of Education, are audits that are done by entities outside of the Board of Education. Fairly straightforward. And generally, these are audits by the Office of the Legislative Auditor General. So that's OLAG, or the Office of the State Auditor, which OSA, right? The federal government also dips its toe in the audit pond. They do some audits, some monitoring, maybe 1 or 2 engagements a year. We're kind of watching it with fascination as there have been changes on the national level to see if we have the same kind of federal oversight in this area. So something that we're watching, we're looking at. So far, though, we have seen some activity there on the federal level. But I want to spend some time really talking about legislative audits, because that's where they probably have the largest footprint related to audits of public education right now. And you can kind of see in, we provided a chart that has the count of audits, and you'll see it has ramped up in the last couple of years, and that's largely because of those legislative audits. And the state fiscal year, just so you're aware, is the release date, the report release date. That's what that count is based on. But so legislative audits, those audits are prioritized by the legislative audit subcommittee. So a legislator can make a request, a committee could make a request. Sometimes those requests come from a legislator getting a request from a constituent, but really, that's what's driving these audits. And as shown, there's quite a number of public education. So things you should be aware of in this space where there are a number of audits. So it was probably 3 or 4 years ago when the legislature added to the Utah Code for the Legislative Auditor General that they will be required to do audits, direct audits of LEAs. And some of you have been audited by them, Alpine, Weber, JUAB. Some of you have felt that, and those will continue. One silver lining maybe is that in the last legislative session, they added that OLAG will now do audits of higher education. So because of resources, the intent now is that instead of doing 2 LEA audits a year, they will probably just do 1 at a time. So currently, they are working on an audit of Utah schools for the deaf and blind, and that is considered the 1 LEA audit that they're working on right now. That audit will be released in November is the plan, and at that point, the Legislative Audit Subcommittee, they are anticipating will prioritize the next LEA audit. So one of you will be selected, one of your LEAs will be selected for audit at about that time. Other legislation related to audits that you should be aware of if you are audited or part of an audit, because sometimes there's direct audits and sometimes there's indirect audits. For example, they're auditing cybersecurity. So that's not a specific audit of an LEA, but probably a sample of you or many of you were surveyed or they came and talked to you about that audit to get information. If there are audit recommendations specific to your LEA, you will want to be aware of House Bill 244 that was passed in the 2024 general session. There were some significant updates regarding how we respond to audits, some elements that are now required, and then very significantly, the updates that we have to provide on corrective action status, that those updates are due every 180 days until the Legislative Auditor General essentially signifies, hey, you've fully implemented all the recommendations. So if you are being audited, and the state board is quite frequently, this was a big change for us. It's definitely resource intensive. So something I wanted to make sure you're aware of. Also, Senate Bill 154 from the most recent general session, it talks about what auditors have access to, and they've always had, legislative audit has always had a pretty broad net as far as the documentation, the personnel, the meetings that they can attend. But this bill expanded it even further to some things that are considered attorney-client privilege or in that space that now the Auditor General's office has access to those items. So please be aware of that if you're being audited by OLAG, that they definitely do have broad powers to pretty much look at or talk to or be a part of anything they want to be a part of when they are auditing. I'm going to roll down to the list of audits, and it's about 3 pages. It's audits that we've tracked for about the last 3 years. But I want to talk about some of the audits that are in process that may have a bigger impact for LEAs or that you might want to keep an eye on. So the first 2, the evidence-based compilation of LEA best practices, otherwise known as the LEA Best Practices Handbook, as well as the Cybersecurity Readiness Audit, are anticipated to be released next week. This Best Practices Handbook focuses on governance, things like strategic planning, the relationship between the board and the administration of an LEA, as well as student achievement. This is a best practice manual, so it is not required. However, it does give you a peek into, if you are audited by OLAG, they'll probably be looking at the things that they outline in this best practice manual. So just wanted to make sure that that's on your radar. The cybersecurity readiness audit, that will have a chapter for public education, a chapter for higher education, and I believe there's recommendations going to the school security task force at the legislature, and that task force has already started talking about cybersecurity as part of the school security universe. Anyway, so that's something you should be aware of going forward, because there will likely be impacts to all LEAs based on that audit coming out. A couple of other ones that we anticipate will be pretty significant. So local authority property tax processes. It's about the 6th one down on the list. That's a legislative audit. Property taxes has been a big to-do this year. You've probably felt it more than I have in some of your LEAs. Anyway, the legislature's interested. They're hearing things from constituents. It will be talked about at the legislative session, and this audit will likely be a big part of that. So that report is anticipated to be released in October. It'll come out in October. And then let's see, there were a couple others I wanted to mention. So this one, a performance audit of the health of government organizations' internal audit functions. Quite a mouthful, but essentially legislative auditors are auditing internal auditors. My department included, but I wanted you to be aware that LEA internal audit functions and LEA audit committees are part of the discussion here. And there have definitely been questions about LEA audit and internal audit functions. I do anticipate in the report, which I have not seen yet, but it would not surprise me if there are recommendations or at least narrative about these functions in public education. It's not just public education. They're looking at state agencies, the judicial branch, county, municipalities. So it's covering a pretty wide base. But just know, LEAs have not been left out of the discussion on internal audit functions. Let's see. I think I'll leave it at that for now and roll back up and tell you about some of the internal audits that we're working on and the processes that we use. Okay, so internal audits. Internal audits, as defined, as we would define them, are audits that are done by my department at the State Board of Education. And my position reports directly to the state board. I do not report to the superintendent, the state superintendent. So I would request, if you have questions about internal audits, please give me a call. My cell number is on the website. You're welcome to contact me anytime, or Deputy Auditor Executive Kevin John, you're also welcome to contact him. We'd love to talk to you about the audits that we're doing. We can provide you with comprehensive information, data, things that our state superintendency, they might know a little bit about, but they definitely don't have all the information. So you're welcome, and we request that you contact us directly. We do all our audits in accordance with the Utah Internal Audit Act and also Board Policy 2006. And one of the significant provisions in Board Policy 2006 is that the board approves all the audits that we do. So if we're doing an audit, know that the board wants the information from that audit. So for example, right now, we're working on an audit of career and technical education. We have selected a sample of LEAs. We're asking for information. The board wants that information. So we are doing the board's bidding as we do these audits. If you are part of an audit, we will always send a letter. Usually it's to the board chair, the superintendent. We've tried, I think most of the time we're including the business administrators and managers, other relevant parties, and we'll establish a primary contact with you. And that's who we'll work with throughout the audit. Historically, the board has said, you know, as we're doing these audits and their policy level, state policy level audits, we're not specifying or calling out a specific LEA. So as you read an audit, it might be hard to see, hey, was this my LEA where there was this problem? If you have those types of questions, we do have the data. Reach out. We're happy to provide it. But just know, if you're part of one of our audits, you will definitely be aware because we'll send letters, we'll be emailing you and following up in that regard. So what are we working on? How can you know what we're working on? We have an internal audit plan that lists the audits that have been approved by the board. So I'll show that to you really quick. Let's see, I was going to just pull this over. It's linked so you can find it in your document. But if you come to our website and go to resources and policies, you'll see here's the audit plan. Make it a little bit bigger. Can you see that? Is that okay? You can. Perfect. So there's the CTE audit that we're working on. We actually need to update our audit plan because we just finished an audit of Utah schools for the deaf and blind. And I will make a little point here that it is an audit of Utah schools for the deaf and blind, but Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind does interact with LEAs. They provide outreach services. They're working with LEAs on IEPs. There's billings that go back and forth. So you'll want to read that audit because there's information about that relationship. So just a plug for that report. The next audit that we will start once we finish CTE is on the board advisory committees. So very little impact on LEAs on that audit, but just know that our audit plan is out there. It's available. You can always see what we're working on. Additionally, back on our website, you can see we do have our audit reports. They're public information. The board releases them. They're always available. So you can see the work that we've done. And there's that audit of the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind. Another audit that was completed earlier this year is the attendance audit. The attendance audit was a very significant effort. Some of you were involved as sample LE and as part of our sample. And when the board released that item, and I have a note here on this information document, when the board released it, they also moved to share this audit report with every legislator. So they all got a copy of this report, and we are aware of legislators that have really taken this on. They've dug in. There are bills that are being set up or proposed right now. So if you haven't looked at this audit, probably a good idea to take a look, because we are anticipating during the 2026 legislative session, things will be coming down the pipe. Of course, things with the State Board of Education, with R277-419. There could be some changes there coming in the future also. Anyway, those are the things that we're working on as the internal audit department for the State Board of Education audit-wise. Just for your information, some of the trending audit concerns when we're asked, hey, what are the top concerns or what's coming up, audit after audit. So these 3 top concerns come after looking at audits from the last 6 years. Pretty much everything that's on the list, the last 3 pages, three-page list of audits, this is what they're telling us. There are big problems with data. Big problems with reliability, with validity, with boundary information, with entering data, with information when you compare from LEAs to USBE. We have a lot of data problems. Additionally, there's problems with our internal control systems. If you haven't read the Green Book, I highly suggest it. It's put out by the Government Accountability Office, and they actually just updated it. So now is a great time to read that book, but it outlines the components of an internal control system, and it's really applicable to governments. COSO is less about governments. They mirror each other, but Green Book really is the adaptation of COSO for government. So it's a great read, and it's a great read because we're seeing so many problems with internal control system components and principles. The last area that's trending is competence. And the definition that I kind of have here, I've paraphrased, comes from Green Book, but competence is the knowledge, the skills, the abilities to carry out your assigned responsibilities. And a lot of times when we're auditing, and this is the same for legislative audit, state auditor's office, as evidenced in their reports, that people don't know. They don't know their responsibilities. They can't tie it back to code and rule. And so we're missing things, right? We get non-compliance or processes aren't working or they're missing pieces. So competence is a big deal as well. So those are just a few things on the audit landscape, just so you're aware. I wanted to mention on the CTE audit that we're currently working on, please be aware, Public Education Appropriations Committee at the legislature is talking about CTE right now. They're looking at funding formulas. The legislative fiscal analyst is digging into things for the legislature. So we anticipate our audit will be released in January. So that's right going into legislative session, but just know there's a lot of scrutiny of CTE programs right now. Okay, that's what I've got for you. And I think I'm at about halftime on this presentation on audits. If you have additional questions, please reach out. Contact me anytime. Now, let's talk about the hotline. What is going on with the hotline? So I first included a timeline because 2025, I guess state fiscal year 2025, was a big year for the hotline related to board amendments of their rule about the hotline. So the board's rule is R277-123. And they are required by Utah code to have a process that allows individuals to report concerns or alleged violations of statute, of rule. And so that is R277-123. The first amendments were approved by the board in December 5th of 2024. And if you've received referrals from the public education hotline, you might know that this version of the rule is where the 45-day LEAs have to respond if they receive a referral comes from. It was added to the rule at that point in time. So that was happening in December. It kind of sparked a lot of questions, some of this discussion and the amendments in December. And that led to an almost immediate effort to jump back in and continue looking at the rule, which led to additional amendments in June of 2025. And those amendments became effective August 7th of 2025. The amendments in June were very significant. My department has already spent over 300 hours working to implement the changes going from the December to the June amendments of this rule. We've had to create new databases, new interfaces, new surveys, new forms. We're tracking 168 data points. The reporting, the board wants to know what's going on, and they're sharing that information with legislators. So this is a really heavy lift for internal audit, and it will be potentially somewhat of a heavy lift for LEAs. I think we recognize that going in, and you're welcome to talk to board members about why did they go this direction, right? That's not for internal audit to do necessarily. Ours is to, okay, we're going to try and do what the board wants, but let's try and do it in a way that is efficient and as effective as possible. So I'm going to walk through the rule, some of the provisions there, and show you some of the things that we've implemented with internal audit to try and be as efficient and effective as possible working through this process. So you can see the rule is linked there, and I highly recommend that your LEAs, your governing boards, your superintendent, you as business administrators or business managers that help with policy processes, you're the experts in this area. So help your LEA out with this rule. The first part of the rule, well, of course, there's definitions. Definitions are important. Make sure you check those out. But R277-123-3 is where it gets into saying anyone can submit a concern. And we have a lot of different ways that concerns can be submitted, whether that's email, phone call, and we have a specific form that people can fill out. So people can submit concerns. The state board also in this round of amendments to this rule updated this section to include some additional requirements if there are complaints against state board members. Not sure if you get complaints for your local board members, but we do get them for state board members sometimes. And the state board was interested in having the requirements for state board members align a little closer to those for other elected officials, such as legislators. So there are some changes there. The next section, 123-4, is all the internal audit responsibilities, which I've summed up in 5 words. Of receive, refer, review, report, and notify. It's 5 words, but again, we have probably 5 databases with 168 data points, and we have emails flying left and right and phone calls as we're trying to really carry out our responsibilities under this rule. Before I get into LEA responsibilities, just a quick note. In the 2024 general session of the legislature, I believe it was, House Bill 261 was passed. It's Equal Opportunity Initiatives, I believe. And it talks a lot about prohibited discriminatory submissions, trainings, and practices. Please know this is a very significant topic for the legislature and the State Board of Education, which is why it got its a carve out specifically in this rule. And so know that there are some It's an exception. The timelines, the reporting, the things that we have to do if there's a complaint that includes prohibited discriminatory submissions, trainings, and practices, they're just handled a little bit different. Some of the logistics are different and we have to report on them differently. So keep that in the back of your mind as we go into this next section on LEA responsibilities. So maybe before I do that, I'll say, when individuals submit concerns, we really try and encourage them to start local as the teacher in the classroom if possible, right? And then the principal, and then LEA administration, and then the LEA board before they come to the state. We recognize it's the LEA where a lot of the resolution, the majority of resolution is going to take place. So we definitely encourage that. So some of what you're going to see in this section 7 is the board saying, hey, LEAs, let's make it as easy as possible for individuals to be able to come to you at the local level and share concerns and work towards resolution. Okay, so first and foremost, you'll see I've linked a How Should I Start document. This is a document my department put together in an effort to try and help simplify, hey, what's required of LEAs right now? And I'm going to pull this over and we'll just look at the document really quick. And Sam, I'm looking for a nod. Can you see that document? The How Should I Start?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Maybe zoom in just a little. Yeah.
Is that better? A little better?
Yeah, it's readable.
Okay. So there's 3 provisions in R277-123-7 that are kind of like, hey, make sure these things are happening because you'll be investigating, you'll get concerns, but these are the upfront things that need to happen. So how should you start? Where should you start? Well, the first is that there will be a board member training. And my department has worked feverishly on this. We are about 1 week away from having this available on our website. So the link right now will take you to the correct place on the website, but you will see a coming soon. And again, we think in about 1 week, we will have that training available. It is a required training for your LEA governing boards, helpful for administration. So we'll notify you as well as soon as the training is available, but that's a requirement. Then there is a requirement to establish a hotline. Now you have options as an LEA on what your hotline looks like. It can be local and managed just at the LEA level. It does need to be readily accessible, and it does need to be on both the LEA website as well as every school's website. And again, in a readily accessible location. Alternatively, you're welcome to use the public education hotline, which of course is the state level hotline. Please be aware, though, if you use the public education hotline, there is required language in the rule that you must prominently display that will let people know that they are being taken or referred to the internal audit department at the State Board of Education. Sometimes we get calls or emails from people and they think they're contacting the LEA. They don't realize they're contacting the state. So the board was interested in making sure that it's very transparent for an individual that's contacting a hotline to know who they're contacting. So again, you have those 2 options as far as establishing a hotline. The third item to make sure you have is a policy, or you're required to have, is a policy about how you will respond to and resolve hotline complaints. So this needs to be in order. Make sure that it's available, it's out there, and that it can be followed. Right? So those are the 3 things, like, hey, make sure this is happening. There is a second page to this document. I won't go through it in detail, but it's, hey, if the state gets a concern and we are going to refer it to you, what does that look like? And so this kind of walks through that process, who we send the referral to, what it looks like. Okay, I'm going to jump back over to this document. Okay, so we've gone through kind of those 3 things: training, readily accessible hotline, policies and procedures. Now let's talk about, once you get a referral, there's a requirement on your end to respond back to the internal audit department. And where the December version of the rule just said, hey, in 45 days, you should send a response, and then didn't really have anything else, the June 5th version of amendments has additional requirements and notifications that will be made related to the responses that you provide. So just quickly, if we refer a concern to an LEA, within 45 days, we need you to respond and let us know what's happening with that concern. And we have, because there's specific things that we have to report, we have set up a link and it will be included in the referral email. It's included on our website. You can kind of see here on our trainings tab and that big blue box, that's where you respond. So you can click there, but again, it will also be in the referral email, and we need you to respond within 45 days. There is an exception, right? I told you with the prohibited discriminatory submissions, trainings, practices, 14-day turnaround. Again, this is a very significant area for the board and the legislature. So just be aware, those are some of those logistical differences. When you respond with that initial 45-day update, if you acknowledge that you're still investigating, you will need to provide another update in 30 days and every 30 days thereafter until the investigation is complete. So please be aware that that is a requirement. And that in every one of those, every response needs to be on the specific form so that we can collect the data that we then have to report to the board that they're sharing with legislators. And because of those reporting and responding requirements, when answering the questions in the survey, it's important that those are filled out very accurately, right? If you say something's still open, we will expect a 30-day response. So if it's closed and you say it's open, you can see where that would be a little bit of an issue. I'll go back up to internal audit responsibilities on the end here, notification. So if an LEA does not comply with any provision of R277-123-7, internal audit is now required to make several notifications. We have to notify the LEA governing board, the Utah State Board of Education Audit Committee, and potentially board leadership. We also have to notify the state board member over the voting district where the allegation occurred. If it's with a licensed educator, we have to refer to UPAC. We prefer to not have to do notifications, but we will because we are committed to compliance with the law. So just know that the board is requiring internal audit to make those notifications, and those notifications could lead to remedial action, corrective action plans, those kinds of things. Okay, I am pretty much out of time. If there are questions, please reach out, or Sam, if there are questions in the comments, I'm happy to take a look at those and provide answers, and that could be sent out to this group. Thank you for the opportunity to do kind of this lightning round of information on audits and hotline. I really appreciate a few minutes of your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. We really appreciate it. I don't see any questions in the chat. If there are any, please feel free to put those there or raise your hand. I did put a link to the Green Book. There's a PDF version and kind of a digital version you can click through. And then there's also, I put Debbie's presentation there in the chat, as well as that language that needs to be on your website if you're using the USBE hotline as your LEA's hotline. So thank you very much. And we have Rebecca Nielsen, our Director of Grants Administration, who will give us a Utah Grants update. So
good morning. Can you hear me okay?
you can.
And you can see my screen?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Let's dive right in. So thank you for the opportunity to present on the Utah Grants update today. As Sarah Harward will also be speaking right after me to talk about the federal grants update, and we'll be including a lot of things Utah Grants in her presentation as well. So look forward to that. So today, oh, too fast. Oh goodness, don't scroll on your mouse. There we go. Okay, so today's agenda, we're going to be talking about Utah Grants by the numbers, just showing you some details of over the years. What have we been doing in Utah Grants? Talk about recent updates that have happened within the system, updates that are coming in the near future. I'm going to be talking about task dashboarding tips, and then a reminder of our payment timeline. So that's the topics we hope to hit today. So by the numbers, just an interesting little slide for you to recognize all of the work that you are doing within Utah Grants. we process a lot of grants through the grants management system. Our MSP grants all go through Utah Grants, even though there is no LEA interaction with Utah Grants in the MSP programs. 3,451 awards issued this last fiscal year, as well as our state and federal grants totaling almost 8,000 grants that have gone out in fiscal year 2025. So lots and lots of work in managing our grant awards. And in addition to that, all of our payments, other than some of our CNP programs, are managed through Utah Grants. And here are our numbers: 44,000 payments in this last fiscal year will run through the system. So a lot of work. Thank you for all of the work that you do. It is very much recognized that this is a huge effort on everyone's part to manage our grants, and Utah Grants is our system to do that. And we have a lot of really great things that we have been able to do with the system to make it beef things up and make it even better. And we have lots of things planned in the future. So since our last meeting, the spring finance training, we have done a lot of really exciting things with the consolidated pre-application. So these are all of the things that have been put into place effective April 7th. So our consolidated pre-application, the ability to tag at applications, pre-application peer review, post-award transferability. You haven't seen that yet, but you'll see that soon. Also, post-award handling for transferred funds. All of this kind of goes hand in hand with the consolidated pre-application. So as you have selected within your pre-application to transfer funds between programs, you will now see when the award is issued, and that should be, you'll start seeing applications very soon. Sarah's going to talk a little bit further about that. When awards are issued, you'll see combined awards with the transferred funds all as part of one award. So we've laid into the groundwork, the ability to do that within Utah Grants. You'll see that really soon. We also have the consolidated application pathway with consolidated awards. Essentially, this means we can support one program with multiple different funding sources. We have upcoming some carry forward functionality, and then also being able to handle all of the payments that go along with programs that have multiple funding sources. We were also able to institute some additional forms within our applications. In July, we implemented some award letter changes. The first is how you access the award letter in Utah Grants. So rather than having to find the words letter in hyperlink blue lettering, you now actually see a button in the upper right-hand corner of the award view. So if your auditors are looking for a specific award letter, oftentimes that's when we start looking for that award letter, you'll now find that as a button, which then produces a pop-up window with that award letter that you can download or print as PDF. And we also made some changes to the layout of that award letter to accommodate our multiple funding sources. Hot off the press, as of Tuesday, we have some new released functionality that is just now being introduced to you for the very first time ever. So here it comes. Peer review functionality is now available on all application types. So where previously this was only on the consolidated pre-application, now all applications that go to our LEAs, you can seek a peer review on that application. So you still have an application owner, but that owner can share the application or application components with others for either feedback or for them to contribute to that part of the application. So for example, you can send an application to another Utah Grants user, ask them to fill out the forms that are associated with that, and then maybe a third individual who would be responsible for the budget. So you can share responsibilities of the applications and get feedback and reviews from multiple individuals within your organization, as long as they are users within the Utah Grants system. There's also a, that's very hard to read on the slides, but that's a hyperlink to the instructions on how to use the peer review functionality. We also have new functionality with post-award tagging. So previously, the post-award or the tagging functionality within Utah Grants only applied to applications. So when you go into your user profile within Utah Grants, and I've kind of given some little hints on as to how you get there, you can select which programs you're interested in. So those programs will be the only programs that you receive an email notification or a task for. So for example, if you have someone that is only interested in your CNP programs, they can unsubscribe from all other tags, and then they would only get notifications related to CNP applications. The new functionality that we have just rolled out this week also includes now post-award activities. So if there's a budget amendment that's needed, or we have an allocation change and we need a revised budget, the notification for post-award budget revisions will now go to only those individuals that are tagged for that program of interest. So previously it was only applications, now it's applications and post-award activities. And also a link to instructions on how to utilize that functionality. That's on the schools.utah.gov website. And lastly, we needed to do some refinements on our consolidated pre-application. We found after the fact that there were some scenarios that we did not address in our design and testing. So we have addressed those now. That is for newly eligible LEAs. So if during the pre-application process you were not eligible for Title IV funding, but it was later determined that you are eligible for that funding, we can now add that funding to your overall pre-application and demonstrate that that is newly eligible to you, so that we can differentiate, yes, you saw that and opted in or opted out during the pre-application process, or you became eligible after the fact. Items that are in progress that we're working on right now for release to be determined, but soon. We have some additional application forms that we're working on. A PDF comparison tool. This is mostly for USBE use, but we can compare application versions in a PDF side by side, where the PDF tool will help us to highlight any changes within the application just by viewing the side by side PDFs. We'll have enhanced reporting and dashboards. A refined global search functionality, so we can find many more things through utilization of a global search function. Refinement on our supporting our multiple funding sources on a competitive award. So now if we have competitive awards, we can add multiple different funding sources for one program. And then we're also working on additional refinement on our carryover amendments. Wanted to provide you with a couple of tips on your task dashboarding. So first, let me preface this with the fact that we are aware that many LEAs are not receiving the system-generated emails that are coming out of Utah grants. And not to be too technical, the issue here I don't fully understand, but we are working with REI and the Utah's networking team to determine exactly why those emails are getting blocked. They seem to be blocked by spam filters or missing specific keys within the way that we're sending the emails. So we are working on fixing that. So in the meantime, the ask is log into Utah Grants, look at your dashboards, and utilize those dashboards to help make sure that you're staying on top of any pending tasks that are awaiting your LEA action. So there are two areas that you can use to help you to manage that, in addition to the emails that you may be receiving. The first on the home screen is the task summary by phase dashboard. This one is easy to overlook because it's just right there on your home screen and we just get to work, right? But the number that's next to each line, so if you have applications and a number that says, I think that's like 36, you can click on the number and it will actually pull up a pop-up of all of the applications that are in the pending tasks for applications. So you don't have to remember to go to the applications tab and then pending tasks to find your application pending tasks. You can look directly at this dashboard. If there's a number there, that means you have pending tasks. You can get directly to that pending task list and take action on those pending tasks just by clicking on that number. The second dashboard that is helpful is the task dashboard. This shows all of the pending tasks that are outstanding for your LEA. So you can search by who it's assigned to, or you can search by program, and note there may be multiple pages within this dashboard, but you can see who is assigned what and what is pending for your LEA action. It would be a really great idea for someone within your LEA to be assigned to monitor that task dashboard and just make sure that as an LEA, you're staying on top of those tasks and meeting the application deadlines or sending back revisions that are needed on a timely basis. Also wanted to remind you of the reimbursement timeline. There's a link to that as well. Just a reminder that reimbursement request for state fiscal year 2025 has passed. We're in the process of closing out all of the awards that ended June 30th of 2025. And your next upcoming deadline to pay attention to is the end of the federal fiscal year. You have until September 30th to expend those funds, but then you will have until December 10th to submit reimbursements for those requests. And that's for any federal grant that expires September 30, 2025. And this is how you would get a hold of my team, the Utah Grants Help Desk, or myself. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And Sam, I don't see the chat, so you'll have to help me.
Looks like Sarah Harward's been
Sarah's on it.
you know, she's always on it, but you had kind of a request for consistent naming conventions and award titles. So I think that's something we can work on.
Yeah, we can absolutely work on that. We have the new funding model that we have multiple funding sources with one program, and so it's no longer making sense for us to necessarily name things by the program number, the USBE program number, if there are multiple program numbers. So we're working on a really good consistent naming method that will accommodate that, as well as be consistent with our prior naming conventions. So working on that.
Okay. Good question from Ashlyn, who says, can you share this reimbursement request schedule with all USBE departments that are over grant administration? Seems like every year we get more and more requests from USBE departments asking for their final reimbursements much sooner than practical, sometimes for certain grants with year end, which I know. Anyway.
Yeah, that's something that we continue to work on. It seems to be something that we work on each year. And we recognize that LEAs do need time to accumulate your expenditures and finish out your payroll. It's hard to send a final reimbursement request much earlier than that payment deadline. So yeah, we continue to work with our program managers and making sure that we're sending consistent information, but we appreciate your understanding when things get slipped through the cracks, but we're working on making sure we send consistent messaging. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Well, we appreciate it, Rebecca.
You bet.
And we'll transition over to Sarah Harward for a federal grants update.
All right, the most asked question of the day. Can you see my slides? Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so what we're going to go over today is some just general federal updates and just some items just of note. So first, we're going to talk about the federal fiscal year 25 appropriations, and then we're going to talk about the substantially approvable status and annual assurances. And then we'll talk about federal fiscal year 26 appropriations, which is next year stuff, but there's currently things going on with Congress and at DC. So I just wanted to highlight some of the things with that. And then I want to talk to you about something we're working on here at USBE, which is a monitoring schedule. And then finally, I'm going to go over Code of Federal Regulations, discussing obligation of grant funds. So let's talk about federal fiscal year 25 appropriations. Before I really get into the meat and potatoes of that, I want to just remind you about the federal consolidated pre-applications, which included Title 1, 2, 3, 4 IDEA and your IDEA preschool funding. These are the applications that you sent in earlier over the summer. I have been sending some of those pre-applications back to you so that you can complete transfers and waivers because it's a new process. Some people who typically transfer or waive funding didn't do so, or people, that kind of thing. So I've been reaching out. You should have either received the notification in Utah Grants, and I've been emailing as well. There are a couple LEAs that I have not received your pre-applications back yet. If you can get those to me ASAP, I would appreciate it, because our staff are working on those final allocations, which we are hoping to upload this month to get sent out to you. So yeah, so if you could get those back, that would be great. If you have questions on the pre-application, let us know. Yeah. I wanted to highlight this chart for you that I made with outlining how federal fiscal year lines up, because it's different than our state fiscal year. And one of the key things is that our state fiscal year, we're in state fiscal year 26, because the end of the fiscal year is in 2026. Federal is different. We're in federal fiscal year 25 because the fiscal year starts in 25. So there's a little bit different way on how we describe that. State labels it with the year that it ends, whereas federal labels it with the year that it starts. So this is where we're at right here in September of 2025. So we are finishing up federal fiscal year 24, about to start federal fiscal year 25 next month. You've been awarded your federal fiscal year 24 budgets and your state fiscal year 25 funding. This is also the time period where we at USBE, we receive the appropriations for this upcoming year, and we work on getting those allocations out to you. So that's where what we are working on right now. And as you know, the federal fiscal year, that period of performance starts in July and goes through September of the next year. So I just wanted to highlight where we're at, to give you a little bit of context for this next information. So you might remember that there were several title and adult ed programs. Usually we receive allocations from the Department of Ed, and back in July 1st. There were several title and adult ed programs that we did not receive until like the third week of July. We have received all programs that we typically do, so heads up on that. But I just wanted to point out that even though we didn't receive that funding until later in July, it did not change our obligation period. So those title and adult ed programs that we got late doesn't affect your obligation period. Those still start July 1st. And like I said, our grant managers are working on those allocations to send out to you. And if you're interested, there's the applicable citations ruling as to how you still can receive your obligation period is still July 1st, even though we received those GANs later. And GAN stands for Grant Award Notification, by the way. So just a heads up on that. It did not affect your obligation period. The funding that we're sending out will still be July 1st. Okay. A little bit on that with substantially approvable status and the annual assurances. So according to the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 34 or 34 CFR Section 76. So this talks about determining how, when an application is in a substantially approved status, this is the initial step for your accompanying budgets for all of your federal programs. And this is just for your federal programs. So to be considered substantially approved, an application must meet all of the said requirements in this section. Upon submission of that substantially approved application, that is when you may begin to obligate funds. And that is the date that you submit that substantially approvable application begins your obligation deadline. So this is why and we use the LEA annual assurances to as the marker for that substantially approvable status for all your federal programs. So funding is available based on that substantially approvable date, which is why we have your annual assurances due to us by June 30th, July 1st. And then that determines that all your federal funding is then available by July 1st. So any applications that are completed prior to July 1st will start your obligation date at July 1st. However, if you submit your annual assurances late, July 2nd or later, it affects your obligation date for all of your federal funds. Your substantially approvable date will reflect the date that you submitted your annual assurances. So, so like for instance, if you submitted your assurances on July 8th in fully completed form, then your obligation date for your federal funds is July 8th. And this is something we've been not enforcing too strictly in the past, and we're going to start doing so for auditing purposes to be in compliance with this Code of Federal Regulations, this federal requirement. So just be aware of that. If there's any questions on that, let me know. Okay, so that's federal fiscal year 25. This is the appropriations you're about to get. Talking about federal fiscal year 26, these are the appropriations that USBE get next July. We work on allocations and get them out to you in October-ish, fall next year. But I just wanted to give you a heads up on what's happening in the House and the Senate. So currently the House has proposed a bill that would cut ed funding by 12.1 billion or 15%. It would cut Title I Part A and eliminate funding for Titles 2 Part A and 3 and then the state assessment grants. The House bill also includes language on proposing a rescission of the current year federal fiscal year 25 funding that is scheduled to be made to states in October, including a $938 million decrease in Title I and a $1.68 billion in school improvement accounting funding. If you've heard this on the news, I just want to let you know that this is very unlikely to succeed, given that there is underlying legislation that that says that once funds have been obligated to states that they cannot be rescinded. So it is very unlikely that we would lose the funding that we've already been promised or allocated for this year. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that. The Senate, very different. The Senate provides level funding for most programs, but includes a $50 million increase for Title I Part A and a $50 million increase for IDEA Part B. So over the current funding levels, meaning the funding levels we're getting this year. It does not propose consolidating or eliminating any K-12 or IDEA programs. And most importantly, this legislation also includes new language requiring the Department of Ed to provide funds to states on the date that they become available for obligation, meaning July 1st. So how they withheld some funding this year, they are including some language that says the Department of Ed cannot do that again. So it would prevent a future attempt of withholding funding appropriated by Congress. This bill has advanced out of the Senate, making it more likely that this is the bill that we're going to have for next year. So just wanted to keep you updated on what's currently happening in DC. So if you have any questions on that, let me know. Okay, the next thing that I am working on and we are working on here at USBE is a monitoring schedule, because we've heard that and this is an issue, that there is an overlap with programmatic monitoring for you at the LEA level. So what we want to do is we're creating an internal document where we schedule when programs are monitoring certain LEAs with the goal of reducing overlap so that you don't get monitored by Title I and the same day you get monitored by Title IV, etc. What I can't promise is that we won't overlap with state auditing, because our schedules, we don't share schedules, and I can't promise that there won't be overlap during very heavy monitoring and auditing the busy season. But the goal with this is for staff to work together to not monitor the same LEA the same day, to hopefully reduce burden on you guys. So I just wanted to let you know that we have heard of this issue and we are working on it. Okay, now I want to talk about obligation of funds from our Code of Federal Regulations to Section 200-309, where it talks about the period of performance, which is the period where you may charge allowable costs to an award resulting from obligations incurred during that period. So this is the time that you get to incur allowable expenses for your award. And this also goes along with when obligations can be made within that award. So funds must be obligated within the period of performance. So for example, July 1 to September 30th. That's a regular period of performance for our federal funds. If you're wondering where you can find the period of performance, it is located in Utah Grants on your grant screen, as well as on the award letter. Here's what it looks like in Utah Grants. When you open up your tabs, you go to the Grant Project Period Information tab, and that gives you your period start and end date. Like I said, July 1 to September 30th, very typical for federal awards. Your state awards are typically July to June. So yeah, just this is where you can find it in Utah grants. And then you know where to find your award letter if you will find your budget period start and end date on that as well. So just a heads up, it is in 2 places in Utah grants, one in the system and one in your award letter. But if you have questions on your period of performance, the time when you can do obligations, your grant manager will know that. I'm also happy to help with that as well. Obligations. So 34 CFR 76707, this is when obligations can be made. So for example, any salaries that you are paying to staff must be obligated within the period of performance. When does that happen? The day the employee works is the day that they are obligated funds. So you can pay for employees, allowable employees during the period of performance from July 1 to September 30th. They cannot work on October 1st and still be paid with funds in that period for that grant. Supplies are obligated the day that you pay the invoice. Contracts are obligated the day that they are signed between you and the contracted party. Travel is obligated when the travel is taken, when you get on a plane or get in the car and go. So just be aware of that so that you are making sure that your obligations are happening within your period of performance, because we don't want you to be outside of that date and think you're going to be able to receive payment for those funds and then you're not. So this is really important. In practice, our federal period of performance typically ends September 30th. So that's the last day for obligations to occur. And this touches a little bit on Ashland's question, I believe. So between October 1st and the December payment deadline, which is typically around the 10th or 11th of December, this is called the liquidation period. This is when you can no longer spend the funds, you can no longer obligate funds. But this is the point where you are finalizing your documents and submitting your payment requests. So that deadline, so right now, the funding that's going to end this year, your deadline for this year is December 10th to get in your final documents and submit your payment requests. And then staff have their own deadlines in December to get them finalized and submitted as well. So make sure that your expenses incurred date, that when you submit your payment request in Utah grants, make sure your expenses incurred date of your payment request is within your period of performance. Okay, that was a lot of information. Anybody have any questions? Don't see any in the chat. So if you do,
yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay. Feel free to reach out to me if you do have any questions on any of that or anything federal grant related.
Okay. Well, great timing, Sarah. You must have known that lunch was upon us. But again, if there are any questions, please let us know. As always, please reach out if you need some ad hoc training for yourself or anyone in your LEA on any of these topics, and we'd be happy to coordinate that with you. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you all at 1 p.m. All right. Well, welcome back from lunch. We again appreciate all of you being here. We are going to go to our educator licensing team here in just a second, but first we have with us board member Cindy Davis, who's also the chair of the Finance Committee, and she's offered to say a few quick things if you're available, Member Davis.
I am. Thanks, Sam. Sorry, I was on 2 devices. I apologize. Just wanted to welcome everybody back this afternoon and wanted to just say quickly that I was listening this morning, and sometimes it can maybe feel like there is a lot. I remember one of the superintendents saying to me just this year, we sometimes feel buried. After every session, we get more and more things that we need to keep up on compliance wise, and we feel that as well at the USBE. But I was thinking a lot about how much I've been in schools this week and last week, and watching the amazing things that are happening in our schools, and watching these students just be examples of learning and loving and goodness, and all of the things that are happening in those schools I've been thinking about during this training are happening because of all of our good folks like yourselves at the local level, and also our team at USBE, and all those who are doing the work, not in front of the classroom, in front of the students, but sometimes behind the scenes, keeping all of the wheels on the bus, so to speak. And just want to thank all of you for coming today, both our team and your local teams, and appreciate all that you do. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Davis. So we're going to go now to Kristen Campbell from our Educator Licensing, Teaching and Learning Department. And then we'll have John Palmer, our School Finance Manager, on Chart of Accounts and UPEFS and Financial Data. Afterwards, we'll have Dale Frost and Winona Moss with our MSP program. And then we'll go to Fiscal Monitor, Time and Effort, School Fees, and lastly, our economic updates will take us through the end of the day. We realize this is a lot and this is recorded. We'll send all these presentations out to you within the coming days. But again, just please let us know if there are questions, and happy to set up an ad hoc training for your LEA at any time. So Kristen, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. Should have share access and.
Okay. All right. Good. I sent you my slides yesterday, so I didn't actually have them up.
Oh, you're okay. If you want, I can display those while you.
Yeah, go ahead and do that, because
Okay.
it's not letting me get to level to that screen. Oh, I got it. There it went.
You beat me to.
Did you get all right? So I am Kristen Campbell. I work in teaching, learning, and licensing, and I'm filling in for Malia Height, who had a conflict today. First thing this slide is showing is where you can get more information and stay up to date on what's happening in teaching and licensing. This reflects changes and requirements to licensing, deadlines, board rule changes, and anything else that it impacts educators. Okay. The big change for school year 25-26 is TSSP is no longer around. It is now Shine. There is a link to the website. The LEA funding is no longer based on what the qualifications are teachers, but the LEA funding is based on October 1 counts from the previous year. You can find the amounts on the website. All the LEAs have to determine their own policy and teacher categories of what is considered a high needs or high area where you have to have lack of retention. You have to put the amount of the stipend in on that and the application appeal. And if they have an appeal or how they, all the educators can do that. It sort of replaces TSSP, but not entirely. It is an LEA requirement, and to do that. LEAs must choose their areas and submit a report. The report of each teacher with amount is due in CACTUS by 10/13. So you need to work with your HR departments to make sure that this is in CACTUS for each educator who's going to receive it. There's a little button that you click, and this needs to be in there by October 13th. Further on, I'm going to discuss some of the move to USIMS, and this is not available in USIMS yet. So please, please get it in by October 13th. And the intent of Shine is not to be a bonus, but it's supposed to supplement the salary. But please put it in. We have a little box in CACTUS that tells you how much you're giving each teacher. We have to report on this on November 1 to the LFA. So that is why it's critical that we have some data in there so that we can actually share some of the categories and how many teachers are being given the stipend and stuff like that. All right, our next topic is educator funding. There are 3 big funding dates. The biggest is educator salary adjustment, which was pulled actually October 14th. We reported on the 15th. Teacher supplies and materials, that is pulled on the end of year database, and paid professional hours for educators. The educator salary adjustment is the biggest add-on funding. It's a little over 10 grand per a fully 1 FTE educator. It's $2,500 for school administrators. There are only certain positions that are allowed qualify. Actually, most positions qualify, and they are teacher pathologist, librarian, preschool teacher, mentor, teacher specialist, guidance counselor, audiologist, psychologist, social worker, and SLTs. Their LEA level positions are not eligible. So if a teacher is accidentally assigned to the district office, like 3rd grade teacher, you will not get funding for that. It has to be at a school. There is a list on the website of all the qualifying assignments by core code. For example, if you have a teacher who's a part-time teacher and then a part-time principal, they would only get the amount based on the amount of each of the positions. We get lots of questions about what goes into CACTUS. The following may work for you, but they do not go into CACTUS. They are not considered an educator licensed position. This includes occupational therapist, physical therapists, board certified behavior analysts, behavior specialists, school nurse, and paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals, even if they have a license, but you are hiring them as a paraprofessional, they do not go into CACTUS. The deadlines for educator salary adjustment are October 1st to guarantee funding if you need an LEA specific license to cover that educator. This gives us 13 days to process it and do it. On October 13th, after 5 p.m., that is when we will pull that data, will be backed up and that'll be used. And on October 15th, we report it to legislative financial analysts. I will say, before I go on, if you have an educator, your HR comes in and they said, well, we requested an LEA specific, it has not been given. Please contact us to make sure that with the moving to USIMS, we've had a few hiccups with people's background checks or ethics showing up in CACTUS. So if they have done it, please let us know and we will make sure to process the request. CTE teachers and licensing. This is new. This is House Bill 447. CTE teachers are no longer required to be licensed. Unlicensed CTE teachers will generate the appropriate CTE funding. This is the Perkins funding. If your LEA chooses to do this, the educator must have a background check like any other unlicensed employee in your LEA. such as bus drivers and that kind of stuff. You do not enter the assignment into CACTUS. The educator is not eligible for educator salary adjustment or supplies and materials. You use the generic CACTUS ID for SIS, that's 820414. And that will generate the Perkins match through the UTREX. All right, so the CACTUS RDS sunsets on 10/14. LEAs will no longer be able to access CACTUS. And educators are going to lose access to My UEN CACTUS on November 30th. The LEAs will have access to educators' information via USIMS. And USBE will still have access to CACTUS, so if we can still run some information if you are not able to see it in USIMS. So here are some suggestions with the CACTUS going away. Try to get your assignments done prior to October 13th, so you're not working at the last minute to get things done. Make sure you've updated the school directory and principal information. And download all needed CACTUS reports once your assignments are finalized, so you have a copy of that. Bookmark the public lookup tool. That is a lookup tool where you can look up any teacher by their name and see what licenses they have, where they're currently employed. And that will still be running off of CACTUS and will be available. It is anticipated on October 15th that USIMS will be able to show educator assignments. You'll be able to put in LEA specific requests, view assignment information, including historical, view all licensing information, and be able to still get to the reports that are currently exist in CACTUS. If you need any CACTUS coaching, please contact Jane Conway. If you need some licensing coaching, there's Malia Heights information. And that is all. Are there any questions concerning the October 13th, in particular, any questions at all, or any particular about October 13th?
Kristen, there's one in the chat here that says, if we're a standalone charter school, do I need to make sure that team members are labeled under the school and not the LEA in the remote desktop CACTUS in order to ensure funding?
Absolutely. And that also, if you don't move them there, it impacts class size. So, because they don't pull from the LEA for class size reporting. So yes, they need to be under the school.
Very good. And then another question, when entering Shine amounts into CACTUS, do you need to include benefits?
No, it's just the amount you're adding.
Just the salary amount. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other CACTUS questions? Okay. I like the graphic that you guys made there, Kristen. That was pretty great.
You
All
can
right.
thank me.
CACTUS. Okay. Any other educator licensing questions? Kristen does the data polls for teacher supplies, educator salary adjustments, so she knows all of this backwards and forwards. But we appreciate her being here and Dr. Height helping prepare that presentation as well. So thank you very much. All right, if we don't have any more questions for Kristen, we'll move on over to John Palmer on chart of accounts, UPEFS, and financial reporting.
Okay, Sam, can you see my screen okay there?
Yep.
All right. And And I'm now looking for the chat. I don't see it. But maybe just let me know if any chats come in.
Yeah, we'll
Um,
thanks.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, welcome everyone. Thanks for attending. This is fall finance training, financial reporting, and compliance. So I know this is everyone's favorite topic here, financial reporting. So my name is John Palmer, finance manager here at USBE. I work in the financial operations department, school finance division, and the team, we call ourselves financial reporting and compliance. The end slide, I've got the team with emails and phone numbers. But basically, if you're new or wondering, so these are kind of the areas that we oversee, mainly all in the world of financial reporting and compliance. So chart of accounts, LEA budgets, LEA actuals, which is the big October 1 submission. We'll talk a lot about that this training here. Indirect cost rate proposals, UPEFS system maintenance, USIMS, it's upcoming UPEFS, external financial audits, financial reporting, any redevelopment, reinvestment, and then just financial matters, as well as revolving loans and just bank account setup. So if you're new and you're looking at this list, and if you have any questions or anything related to any of these, just let us know. We have a shared inbox, school finance at schools.utah.gov. So let us know if we can help. Oh, I was going to skip that. So in this presentation, so we want to go over the chart of accounts and then some upcoming due dates. And then number 3, we're going to dive into the upcoming October 1 actual submission. And then number 4, we got some training opportunities outside of this that we want to talk about. And then we'll end it with some USIMS updates and then some questions and contact info. So to start with the chart of accounts. So FY26 chart of accounts are published. So we published those April 30th, 2025. They've been amended twice. So there's 2 amendments that have been published to the website. They're not big changes. The first one was in August 8th. So the big kind of change with that amendment is this program number. Well, it originally we published it as 5663. This is the registered apprenticeship for program for teachers. So originally thought this was a Utah program, but it turns out it's a federal program with federal funds. So we moved that from program code 5663 to 7663. So be aware of that. And then on September 3rd, I had to change some names on some accounts. So the accounts are still there. We didn't remove or delete anything, but we had to actually shorten them to be within 60 characters. I can't remember which system it was, but I think it was Link reached out and they said they needed that name shorter. So pretty minimal changes there, but just wanted to let you know there are amendments to that original chart of accounts that we published on the 30th of April. All right, so some upcoming due dates in this area, financial reporting. Whoop. So the first one is budgets, and most of you have your budgets in. We have a couple we're waiting on that went through the truth and taxation process this year. So if you did that and you still haven't submitted your budget to us, just go ahead and do that. I think we're at a time where we should have all these in by now. The due date is technically 30 days after your board adopts the budget, and the due date for your board to adopt the budget was June 30th. So non-truth and taxation, the latest we would expect to see it is July 30th. So, but we do have most of those in. Just if you're one of those districts that haven't yet due to truth in taxation, just go ahead and get that in. After budgets, the next kind of big due date is actuals. So that's due October 1. So the actual submission is the one that populates the annual financial report, the annual program report, AFR, APR, and then also the balance sheet information. So that is 9 days away, 9 business days away at this point. So we are pretty much there. So I recommend uploading now or as soon as possible to start looking at any errors or any weird things that you see with your file. And we'll talk about some of those errors also in this presentation. So where to submit that? That's in the UPEFS system. That's just an upload CSV. After that is audited financial statements and your audit reports. These are the external audit reports. So those are due November 30th. And then those just get sent to our email, schoolfinance@schools.utah.gov. December 15th, if you want an indirect cost rate, the indirect cost rate proposal is due. So that's also in UPEFS. So we've got a module in there. So you'll just go through the module and fill out the requested information. That's due December 15th. December 30th, federal single audit. That's if it's not submitted with your audit reports here on November 30th. So this is technically the due date. Again, that goes directly to us, schoolfinance@schools.utah.gov. And then unearned revenue, December 31st, that's also in UPEFS, and we've got a special module for that. So that's an unearned revenue module in UPEFS. All right. Okay. All right, so I want to talk more about the upcoming October 1 actual submission. I just wanted to point out a couple of the errors or kind of validation codes that you may see. So we have validations built into the system to try and kind of clean up the data before it hits the database, basically is what's going on. The first kind of type you may see when you upload is this here in red. And it'll say the value, and then it'll list the value, and then it'll list the line is not a valid code, nor is it mapped to a valid code. So right here, it could say program code or fund code or something like that. And that basically means you have a code in your upload on this given line that we don't recognize in our system. So we either need to have you map it to one of our valid codes, or you need to change it to one of the existing valid codes, basically, is what that is. The next type of error you may see are code combination errors. So we have individual codes and then we have code combinations. So we have certain combinations of codes that are allowable to be submitted. And if they're not in there, if we haven't put those in there, then you may see an error, and it'll say something like this. You can see the combinations that are available in what's called our rules report. So this is on the front page of your UPEFS. So when you log in, you'll see this, and it says View Rules Report. So these are the allowable combinations of code. So for expenditure, that's a fund function object. For revenue program, we have fund revenue program, and then the balance sheets, we have fund balance sheets combination. Now, if you get an error of this type and you believe it should be valid, just let us know, and we're happy to add it. So we'll take a look and make sure everything's okay, and then we'll just get it added. We have 2 checks for the balance sheet. The one is the simple balance sheet equation, assets equal liabilities plus fund balance. So that's a pretty easy one. The other one that's a little bit trickier is this. It'll say Fund 10, for example, balance does not match revenues minus expenditures plus the current year fund balance. So basically, what that's doing, it's looking at your last year's fund balance and then adding your current year net change in fund balance and then seeing if it matches your current year fund balance on your balance sheet. So, so it's basically making sure no revenue or expenditure is dropping off in the net change, and that everything is kind of flowing from year to year. If you get this and need help, just email us. We're happy to. We've got templates and ways to kind of help show what's going on there. So just let us know. School land trust has a validation. In essence, your school land trust expenditures must be coded to a school location. So if we get your file and we have school land trust program code 5420, but that's mapped to your district location, then you'll see this error. So we want to assign the expenditures to a school, and actually the school that was used in your school land trust plan. That's where the expenditures should go. These expenditures for school land trust get automatically passed to their system. So UPEFS is kind of a stopping ground for that. And then we've got a kind of a catch-all. Sometimes we get things in the upload and we don't know if it's an expenditure, revenue, a balance sheet. You know, there's basically you need to look at the template that we use for the upload, and you know, we need certain things in certain columns. For expenditure, we need fund, the school location or district location, program, function, object, and amount. So those are the minimum things we need. And then with the function code, we can tell that it's an expenditure. For revenue or other financing sources or uses, it's fund, program, and then the revenue column. And then balance sheet, we need fund, balance sheet, and amount. There is a template available in UPEFS. So when you go to upload, you can download the template and see what is required for which cost type or revenue type. Okay. Okay, so those are like the errors that you may see when you're uploading. So now you know you've uploaded, no more errors. So what should we be looking at before we certify? So I wanted to put together kind of a list of things to look out for. As you're probably aware, there's, you know, we have a lot of people looking at this file. We've got a lot of auditors, a lot of program staff. So these are kind of things maybe to look out for before you hit that certify button. As far as your upload goes, and we kind of talked school land trust, but for all expenditures, you need to make sure you're allocating them to a school location, if it is a school type expenditure. So we don't do this for revenue or balance sheet, but for expenditures, if they happen at a school location, your upload file needs to show that school location for that expenditure. So in the past, everything was just kind of mapped to the district location. So just make sure that's in there. I know this requirement has been here for 4 or 5 years now, so I think we're all kind of aware and we're doing good here, but just make sure that's there. It is a check that we do on my team just to make sure there is school level reporting for expenditures. Double check no commas, dollar signs. So the CSV upload is, if you put a comma in there, it'll kind of shift everything to the right and it'll kind of break all the checks. So before you upload, make sure there's no commas, most importantly. Another thing that's good to look at is your mappings. So in UPEFS, and there's a tool called Mappings Management. So you go to UPEFS Tools, Mappings Management. So if you have mapping set up here, it will take what your CSV file says and map it to whatever you have mapped it there to. So that sometimes can throw things off, put things in weird places that you weren't expecting. So I definitely recommend logging in to your UPEFS account, click on mapping management, and make sure everything is mapped where you want it to go. And then one final thing, it's not related to the file necessarily, but We built a report in there that allows you to see all the active users for your UPEFS account. So if you've had any turnover or want to assign new roles, it's a good place to see who's in there. Um, if someone is no longer with your LEA, just let us know and we'll remove them or we'll deactivate the account. But that's so you go to UPEFS reporting, there's a tab, and then other reports, and then the report's called users for LEA. So that'll show you who's in your account currently. Let us know if you need any changes there. Okay, so for the AFR, AFR is a report showing activity and balances for each fund. So it's a fund report. So for each fund in the AFR, so I would check the balance sheet. So assets equals liabilities plus fund balance. So it should be good because we've got that validation, but it's worth a check. Especially the fund balance types. So back in the day, we used to kind of get files that had everything under 9999, which is unassigned fund balance, which just isn't, it's not correct. So there's different types of fund balances. And we kind of want to make sure the UPEFS file matches what your financial statements say. So the different types of fund balances can be seen through GASB 54, but also on the USBE chart of accounts. I would pay special attention to the functions 2500s and 2600s, specifically if you want an indirect cost rate. So basically, we look at those two functions. We kind of make sure they are aligned with your financial statements. But if there's big fluctuations in these functions, it's going to throw off your indirect cost rate. And then that'll produce a carry forward, and then you'll have this weird back and forth thing for a couple of years. So definitely check those two functions and make sure they are what they should be. If you do see big fluctuations, let us know. We can potentially exclude those from your indirect cost calculation, or we can just double check and make sure that's an appropriate function for you. Admin costs are a big thing that's always kind of talked about out there. So definitely double check your file and make sure your admin costs A are present and B they are what they should be. So make sure there's no kind of double counting or fat fingers in there or whatever it may be. So these object codes and the function codes for administration are one of probably the most looked at thing that we get. So definitely double check those. Transfers out should equal transfers in, and that's fund and program. So yeah, this is kind of for the AFR. This is kind of some things that I think would be worth a kind of a closer look. For the APR, so overall APR program balances should equal your total AFR fund balances. So if you have $10 million of program codes, there should be $10 million on the fund side as well. If there's a discrepancy there, it's probably on a file that we manage at our side. So just let us know and we can get that reconciled. But it's a good check. Another APR check is the ending balances. So very important to pull up your APR before you certify. So look at the bottom row of your APR. If there's a balance there, that's carry forward for a program. So carry forward if it's a state restricted or a federal restricted program and there's a balance, so that could be subject to restrictions, penalties, payback type things. So you want to make sure those are accurate. Our USBE program monitors are looking at these reports and the carry forward, and we send carry forward information to the legislature. So we really want to make sure, if there's $50,000 in program A, there should be $50,000 in program A in your books as well, and that should be a carry forward. Sometimes we're just reporting things and we can help you with that. So definitely double check those. for federal programs, generally there shouldn't be any negative program balances. From what we found is most federal revenues received at the same time the expense occurs, so those should net to zero. So revenue should equal expenditure for federal programs. So take a look at that. Sometimes there's some weird timing things, and we're aware that nothing's ever 100% one way or the other, but overall, definitely worthwhile to pull up the APR, look at every ending balance that you have there, and make sure it is what it should be. And of course, anything that you see in any of these reports, if you have any questions or concerns, let us know. Sometimes it's reporting, sometimes there's system bugs. So we're happy to look at those and work through those with you. It's much easier to do this kind of now in this time period than later on, and after we've already reported these numbers out to everyone. So okay, so yeah, that's a big one, APR. Okay,
John, we've got a question in the chat.
Okay.
I believe it's on school level allocations. How do you want allocation done for psychologists or other employees who are assigned at a district office location but are assigned to all schools, and they could be at any one of our 18 schools on any given day?
Right. Yeah, I would just put that to the LEA. So what we'll do for the ESSA reporting is we kind of just auto assign that to each school based on your student counts. So it's proportional. So if you're unable to do that and the burden's too high to allocate it to each time, just code it to the LEA and we'll do it by student count. So if school A has 75% of the students and school B has 25, then 75% of the cost of that psychologist would go to school A. So we would just kind of auto assign it. But if you're able to do that cost allocation, and if you're able to do it, obviously it's much better just to do it at the school that so we don't have to guess on our side. But yeah, if it's all over 18 schools on a given day, just put it to the LEA. Is there? Okay, yeah, school fees report. Yeah, so your school fees report is based on the actual submission. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to budgetary flexibility. So this is a kind of a newish feature that was implemented by the legislature. So this started in COVID times and then was kind of made permanent. But it authorizes an LEA to use up to 35% of state restricted formula-based funding to flexibly and without restriction respond to changing circumstances and student needs. So hopefully everyone's aware about budgetary flexibility by now. It's a good, it's flexible. It's a good program to take advantage of. We have kind of a permanent place on our website now. So schools.utah.gov/financial operations. I think that's supposed to be a slash. Anyways, you go to reporting, budgetary flexibility. And then, yeah, here it is here. So the website has just kind of more information about budgetary flexibility. We've got some journal entries and how we want the UPEFS file to look. Statute, board rule. We also publish annually an eligibility list. So we look at the state restricted programs and say, do we think this meets the definition of what's allowable for budgetary flexibility or not? And then some contact info. So go to this site. It's permanent now. This is where we're going to publish this list. That's required by board rule. And let me know if you have any questions. But the most important thing, we will be checking your actuals file for this. There are dedicated codes, program, and transfer codes. So other financing sources and uses. for budgetary flexibility. And we set those up because we get a lot of interest in people wanting to know how much and where it went and what we spent it on. So that's how we have to track it. The transfers out and the transfers in should net to zero. And hopefully that kind of guidance document there is helpful in that area. So, all right. And to kind of wrap up this actuals discussion, so this file, this October 1 actuals file it's very, I think, non-biased. This is what we do, but I think it's a very important file. This data goes all over the place. So it's used in the superintendent report, which is used by many different parties. So this data goes to the legislature, state auditor, the legislative, so the OLAG office. So we saw the audits that are going on right now. Most of them will pull up these reports that you submit in your actuals file, and they'll look at this data. Public finance institutions, research organizations. So I get all sorts of people saying, hey, can you send us some information? You know, we're trying to help. We have direct reports that we send to the feds that, so the NPEFS, F33, and the school finance survey. So these reports are used in federal Title I allocations. So they look at state per pupil expenditure. That number is based on your October 1 actuals file. So it's directly used in Title I allocations. We send this data to program monitor. So they're tasked with looking at a program and the funding and making sure everything's allowable and all the money's there. So that's based on the actuals file. Some of the areas, so revenue and expenditures, are used directly in MSP formulas. SCSB, other charter school associations. So the list goes on and on. And I don't mean this to scare you, but it is an important file. And yeah, let us know if you need any help with this. So yeah, that's a fun one. Okay, so moving on. We do have training outside of this. So usually in fall, we train on indirect cost rate proposal, but you know, we've been learning more and more about it and just kind of figured dedicated trainings are probably the way to go. So we did a part 1 of 2 earlier, and we have a video of that, a video recording if you want to look at that. The second part of this, and you don't necessarily need the first part to go to the second part, but so part 2 will be November 20th, 1 p.m. Mountain Time. So it's virtual, free, just kind of like this meeting here. So we're going to take a deep dive into kind of the adjustment sections of that indirect cost rate proposal. So you log into UPEFS and you're filling out these things and you're like, what kind of contracts should I put in here? Or, you know, who should I put in general governance? So we're going to deep dive into those areas. If that's an interest to you, let us know. Just send us an email, schoolfinance@schools.utah.gov, and we'll send you the meeting invite for that. And then also let us know if you want to see that video, that part 1. So the part 1 was like kind of key definitions and a little bit about the rate types and how the rates are calculated. So things of that nature. So, oh, Cody, he just put it in chat. Thanks, Cody. Okay, so moving on to USIMS. So USIMS, well, we'll show you here. So USIMS is a kind of a USB system-wide system. So it's not just finance. But our wonderful UPEFS system will be going away and we'll be transitioning here to USIMS, so the USIMS finance domain. So overall, USIMS is a cloud platform for USBE to bring educator licensing, student information, and financial data into one place. So that's kind of this here, data collections and reporting, everything in one place. So we've got automation. So we're hoping to have fewer uploads and fewer errors because of less human interaction, it says here. Cloud-based. Architecture supports fluid solutions, immediate response flexibility, and response to changing landscape, and then redundancy reduction. So we are overall the USIMS finance. So with this presentation, we're talking about UPEFS, but we will be transitioning to USIMS. When that will be is to be determined. So before and after, and I'm gonna jump down to the LEA sign. So that's you guys here. So kind of the before, it says accounts and combinations. So these are chart of accounts and account combinations. It says typically updated once a year. So with USIMS there, so once we add a combination, you should be able to see it immediately in your own system since it'll be API based. So trial and error uploads for budget and actuals using CSV files. So when we started this was the big thing that everyone said is we don't like with UPEFS. So this upload, and then I see this big list of errors, and then I fix some things and then try it again, see a bunch of new errors. And we're trying to alleviate that process. And you know, I've been told the CS or the API process will help in that area. So it says budget actual accounts and amounts sent to USB utilizing USIMS Finance API. So basically, when we add new accounts and account combinations, you'll see it in your system and then can kind of take care of those mappings before the information is transferred to us. So hopefully that alleviates some of that, you know, that back and forth error burden there. A lot of the work, so I'm going to summarize this slide. A lot of the work is right now being done with our IT team and then vendors, so connecting the API. So we're working with Harris, QCC, Link, PowerSchool, Polaris, Top Step, Alliance, Sage, Skyward, and Tyler Technologies. So those are the ones kind of in this first round that they're working with getting that API connected. So the API connects your systems with the USBE USIM system. So, and then the 2026 definition of done. So these are kind of the big goals for this fiscal year. So that's 7/1 through 6/30/2026. So we're hoping that we'll be able to see budget and actual data in the USIMS user interface. We want to make sure that we get the data and we can validate that it's accurate. So some of those checks we are going to move to USIMS, like those balance sheet equation, things like that. So those will still be there. And we want to make sure with this new API stuff that we still get kind of cleaned, validated data. Third kind of goal for 26, sharing published data to USIMS. So we get financial data in UPEFS. We kind of move that to other systems via API already. So we want to make sure USIMS is also doing that. So that's the SS School Report Card. MSPA, which is the MSP system. We got School and Trust, and who else? Oh, I'm missing something. I apologize, I can't think of the fourth one. But we have 4 systems that are kind of connected now, and we want to make sure they're also connected in USIMS. And then, so a little, this says centralized supporting document submissions from LEAs. So USIMS will actually have kind of upload portals, so you can kind of upload your required documentation instead of emailing it to us. So, and then it'll store there, and you can download from there, and you can kind of view from there. All right. And then that's all I have. So again, this is school finance team. My name's John Palmer, but we've got Laura Wilson, Cody Wright, and Sage Palika. And let us know if anything in here, if you have any questions. I would say we learn the most from the questions we get from you. So if you have any, like anything that's bothering you or you're wondering about, just let us know and we'll do what we can to help. I don't see any questions, Sam. Sorry, I'm a little early.
I don't see those either.
Okay.
It's okay. Dale wants to go early. So anyway, appreciate it, John. Yeah, not seeing any other questions, but appreciate you and your team. Okay, so we'll someone wants to go back to the slide with the FIS vendors who are interfacing with USIMS. Just go back there quickly and then.
And Craig, I added this top step. This was a me edit here. So. But we got Harris, Link, Power School, Polaris, Sage, Skyward, and Tyler Technologies, and then top step.
Yeah.
And we'll send these out as well, because there's some links and things on here.
Okay, yeah, I think I forgot to. Did I put that in the chat yet? Nope. I'll put your presentation in the chat, but then yeah, we'll also send all these out. So all right. Well, thanks, John.
Stop now.
We'll get Dale Frost and Winona Moss queued up here and go from there.
Sam, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, let me make sure I can share. Let's see. Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, great. Shall I just get going? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dale Frost. I'm the Minimum School Program Administrator. I'd like to introduce you to the newest member of our team, our financial manager for the Minimum School Program, Winona Moss. Winona, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Bet. Hi, I'm Winona Moss, and you might know me from the SOEP team. I worked there for 2.5 years as the financial analyst, and like Dale said, I'm just thrilled to be here and be a part of this amazing team. Thank you.
So Winona's she's awesome. She'll be a great resource for you all. Okay, so today, as Sam said, we're not going to really go into a lot of the details on the mid-year updates and those kind of things because we don't have the data, and your budgets are what your budgets are until the November allotments, and so when we present in November, we'll have a lot more for you. So today, it's more of just kind of an overview of K-12 funding, where it comes from, where it goes, providing you with some helpful resources to refer to. We're going to talk a little bit about allotment memos, and then Winona's going to go over the SOEP. She has some good information that'll be useful for you all. All right. So yeah, Winona, tell me if there are any questions. People, please put questions. We want to hear from you in the chat, or just chime in, and we'll address them in real time. So we want to make this interactive. So going into the funding summary here. So this graphic here shows you the projected total funding sources for this school year. Everything is the appropriated amount from the legislature except for property taxes, and those are using last year's collections as a stand-in. So we're talking about $10 billion. So a lot of funding goes to K-12 schools. And so, with $10 billion, then every 100 million is about 1%. So sales taxes makes up less than 1%. Those are the general fund appropriations. In the other category here, these are principally school and trust dollars. That's the major source there. Federal funds makes up about 6% of the funding. About 30% comes from property taxes, and then a little under 60% comes from income taxes. So where does all this money go? Well, so these are the major recipients of those dollars. A tiny amount goes, I mean, it's all proportional, but proportional to the 10 billion. A tiny amount goes to the school and institutional trust office. A little under 50 goes to the school building program. So those are the capital outlay formulas, and then the small district capital project fund, the athletic building dollars that were appropriated. There's about $1.3 billion of local property taxes that are not captured in the minimum school program. And those are mostly capital related. So these are debt service payments on GO bonds or capital levies. And then we'll go into some of the specifics on that one and the State Board of Ed, and then we'll dive into the minimum school program. So when it says State Board of Ed, we're talking a wide range of programs here. And so I've outlined the appropriate amounts by line item in descending order. So the largest is child nutrition programs. Most of that comes from federal funding. System standards and accountability, most of that is federal funding. And then there's the Utah Fits All Scholarship. The contracted initiatives and grants is a whole range of items that the legislature has funded. And then what's in bold here, these are the lines that are primarily what fund the operations for the State Board of Ed and or USDB. And so you can see on the smaller programs, these are things like licensing and science and fine arts outreach and SOEP and RESAs. So a whole host of things. You know, basically the way I explain the State Board of Ed appropriation compared to the minimum school program, it's just a catch-all bag for anything that's not in the minimum school program. So I already talked about the essentially the administrative or state level expenditures lines. So you can see how you can see this play out if you look at the funding by use. About of the 10 billion or so, 9.6 goes to local entities for local expenditures. A little under 300 million are state level expenditures. And that's not all just personnel, that includes everything that's expended state level. So a lot of contracts in there too. Okay, so on the other locally funded programs, as I mentioned, so 600 of that is the capital local levy revenues, and 440 is GO bond payments. So well over $1 billion is related to school district capital needs. And then there's a couple hundred of M&O dollars that are voted in board local levy revenues that are captured outside of MSP. These would be those that are above and beyond the 20 increments. So let's dive into the minimum school program. So we're talking about $7.3 billion. When you break that out into the three line items, and I'm going to go into each of these. The first is the basic school program. And, you know, when you hear the term WPU or weighted pupil unit, really what you're talking about is the basic school program. Often people conflate all WPUs with the K-12 program, and you can see the K-12 program is the largest, but you know, there's still over $1 billion that are in other programs. So all of these programs here are different funding formulas. So these are a lot of the programs that the MSP team directly administers. We do the calculations and handle the budgets and answer questions and train on those. So you know, the next largest pot of money These are the various special education formulas from the state. It's about $600 million. And then the smaller ones, so class size reduction, this relates to the K-8 population of students at risk. That's a formula that's driven by students experience socioeconomic disadvantage. So usually it's measured through those who qualify for free and reduced price lunch. But LEAs that don't have that can also have parents declare and still you can have your students qualify for that program. And then limited English proficiency students, so English language learners. So CTE is another important program and in that affects most secondary LEAs. And then NES is a really important program for our rural districts. And then the smallest pays for foreign exchange students. All right, so now related to basic. Oh, also one more thing on the basic school program. This is primarily funded through income taxes. It's, you know, about a quarter of it is funded through property taxes. So if you look at your property tax statements where it says the basic school levy, those are the dollars that go to help fund these WPUs. And then for most districts, other than Park City, the state makes up the difference. And then on the state pays income taxes for the entirety of charter school costs. All right, so on the related to basic here, so these dollars are almost exclusively funded through the state. Almost all income tax, but not all, like school land trust is a good example where it's not. So the biggest program here in the related basics, so you can kind of think of this as a collection of all of those categorical programs outside of the WPU based funds. So, you know, the biggest by far is the educator salary adjustments, and then going down the list. So charter school local replacement. So this is the program that funds charter schools at essentially the average level that school districts generate locally from their property taxes. The flexible allocation program, this used to be a pretty small program at 1.7 million. It's much larger at 266 million because the funding from the pro staff program from the basic got funneled into this program this year. TSSA, or the Teacher and Student Success Program, that's next. Then Pupil Transportation, Land Trust, and then we get into some more one-time or more niche type programs. So Sam already talked about the school-based education support professional bonus. In this $490 million is essentially the corollary to the 45 million. The amounts were increased for licensed educators by $1,000. And so that's why they're not included down here. So then youth and care, here's SHINE, student health and counseling, concurrent enrollment. There are a whole bunch of smaller programs that are less than 20 million, and I just put together in the other category. If you want to see those, I'll show you where you can look up when we get into the resources section. So the last big part of the minimum school program, the voted board and local levy programs, this is the one part of the minimum school programs that's primarily local revenues, property tax revenues. Almost $1 billion is these are the local levies decided upon and levied by school districts. And then the state provides an equalization guarantee at $289 million. So all of that together is that 7.3 billion. And the minimum school program represents anywhere from like 75 to 95% of an LEA's funding. So it's significant no matter what, but depending on the mix of your funding sources, it can vary quite a bit. So I'm just going to keep going unless there are questions. So that's the overall summary. We just wanted to kind of give you a sense of where funding's coming from. There's so much more that we can go into, but at least can give you an idea of the big buckets of dollars when you're looking at your allotment memos. So on the helpful resources side, if you want to really drill down into any of these pieces and parts that I talked about, this is where you can get that information. So first, I would bookmark le.utah.gov if you haven't done that. So if you scroll over to on their top ribbon and you click budget and then COBE down there. So the COBE stands for the Compendium of Budget Information. This is a really great resource for state level information about funding. You do have to understand a little bit how to navigate. It's not that hard once you get it, but it's also not super intuitive. So to be able to find the information you want in the COBE, up in the top left-hand corner, you'll have to click that navigate button, and then you'll see this drop-down menu. The COBE is organized as the state budget's organized, which is by subcommittee. Most of our funding, almost all of it, comes through the public education subcommittee. And so, here I'm showing, for example, if you clicked public education and then minimum school program, basic school program, and then kindergarten, this is how you would drill down from that really high level view that I showed you all the way down to, the kindergarten program, for example. Once you get into a program, then you'll see these tabs: overview, issues, background, and financials. The overview is pretty self-explanatory. Gives some history, gives you an idea of it. On the issues tab, the purpose of this is to show you kind of a crosswalk of how we got from last year's budget to this year's budget. So to see all of those budget items, you have to click issues and then click funded, and then you'll see. So for example, here, you'll see that the ongoing appropriation, which was the appropriation from last year, was $168 million for the kindergarten program. They meaning the legislature, added $10.7 million to address enrollment growth. That was growth in FDK participation, full day kindergarten, and then another $7.5 million for the inflationary adjustment to the WPU value. They also moved non-lapsing balances from one year to the next. So that's how we get to the appropriation level that you see in the COBE. We don't, when we're actually reconciling at the end of the year, we're not looking at those non-lapsing balances. And so, but yeah, it gives you kind of a good idea. If you're trying to figure out what in the world happened with the program, I'd go to issues and look at that. If you click on each of these issues, then it will give you a description. Also, if it's a specific item, it will tell you actually which budget bill, which budget item. You can find that in. It's very useful. So probably the most useful is the background section here. So when you click that, you'll see an overview, a little bit of the history of the program, and then an overview of the formula used on distributing the dollars. There will be links to the statutes that regulate the program. And then underneath all this, there's a year-by-year synopsis of the changes to the program. And then on the financial side, it will show you 5 years worth of financials for the program. So you can see how that has changed over time. So the COBE, I think, is a really important, if you have a question, you're like, hey, what happened with such and such, I would suggest go to the COBE and look for it. If you have questions where they are, in general, the question I would ask is this a program that has WPUs? Then look in the basic school program. If not, I would look in the related to basic school programs. If it's not in either of those, then it's in those those various line items under the State Board of Ed. It gets a little trickier to find stuff for, you know, these more specialized grant programs, but we can help you with that if you can't find something. Okay, so that's the COBE. Oh, last thing here. So this link up here brings you to the most recent COBE from this current legislative session from this year. If you change that number from 2025 to 2024, it would mean that that's the budget that was finalized during the 2024 general session, and so forth. If you click COBE archive, you can see, and then rather it by being by calendar year, now it's showing you by fiscal year. So the COBE that we're looking at right now is the fiscal 26 year. If you click 2024, that would bring up this fiscal 24-25 year, and so forth. But then you can go back. What's useful with the archive is if I use it, so, you know, we're talking about, hey, back in, you know, 2021, XYZ happened, I would go back to the fiscal 21 COBE and look in the issues category and see if I can find the information I need. It's a good way to quickly get to what you need on the budget. Okay, so once the legislature has done its work, they've allocated money to all these various programs. The State Board of Ed, our work is to follow statute and rule to accurately allocate those dollars to every LEA. And so if you're looking for LEA level information, come to the MSP website. So this is the link here for you. And I'm going to quickly go over what's in the MSP website. So if you click on the tab that says monthly allotment memos, this will provide all the allotment memos for the last 4 years, both in PDF and Excel form. So we're going to be talking more about allotment memos in the next section. And so Power BI allotment memo, we actually have to change this to Tableau allotment memo. We originally created under Power BI. It's really Tableau now, but we'll get into that in more detail in just a second. So if you want to find your allocations, like your district or charter summaries, come to the fiscal year reports, and you'll have multiple years of reports. So these are the allocations by program to show you the information that you want to see. So these are, so when you see, for example, when it says legislative estimates, this is that first report here on the left. Those are all the allocations by program. That's useful if you want to see, like, what did folks receive from XYZ program across the state. If you're just interested in looking at your LEA's allocations, then you should go to the charter school and or district school summaries. And then you can see that here and here. And so we'll have new documents for the mid-year updates, and then we'll have new documents that primarily affect school districts for the final updates in May. So those are the 3 kind of main updates. You can kind of see it here: legislative estimates, mid-year update, final update. And it's all of the LEA allocations throughout the year. Okay, so on the resources side, and really we should put more resources here. As I was creating this, I thought about that as creating this presentation. Right now, the only resource we have on here is a spreadsheet that you all need to follow the open enrollment rule and law, which requires the sharing of local expenditures for school districts. That spreadsheet is added here. I'd love feedback on what documents you want to see here. We need to make that more robust, I think. And then the last section on MSP descriptions. This is another, in addition to the COBE, this is a document that has, an explanation of the funding formulas and the programs. It's useful if you want to better understand how dollars get distributed or allocated for a specific program within the MSP. So that's the MSP website. There's a lot of other helpful resources, but I wanted to go over those two with you.
Hey, Dale.
Yeah,
there is a question in the chat. Ryan wants to know, where do you post the UPEFS APR mapping when doing year-end uploads?
The UPEFS mapping. Sam, do you?
We'll have John Palmer answer that one. If he can.
So the minimum school program is a sub-page under financial operations. I think the answer is, if you go back to financial operations, you'll see, I think there's another section called reporting. Was that right, Sam? I think under there you would find the APR information. But I will defer to John, because that's his area. But yeah, so I would also bookmark the USBE financial operations, because in there you'll find sections related to financial reporting and a whole host of other topics. Okay, Winona, is that it so far?
Yes.
Okay. All right, on allotment memos here. So I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. The MSP team, we create the allotment memos. Allotment memos cover a lot more than just the minimum school program. All of your federal funds, all of your state funds, anything that flows through the Utah State Board of Ed is on your allotment memo. When we create these reports, this is a state finance report that they created for us. This is, the landing page of the report for us. So most of the sections don't create a lot of problems for us. We have to, select the fiscal period. We exclude USBE internal programs, but all other programs we include. And then we include every LEA. But we can always print an individual LEA's allotment memo. And so if you ever need that again or have questions about a specific month, there are times when we have to recreate something because an adjustment was made that wasn't reflected on an original allotment memo. We can do that. So where all of you've probably noticed that allotment memos have kind of changed and morphed over the last couple of years. Almost all of it relates to this section of the report, which is this project end date. So the way it works is we have to select, every program has a project end date. So for example, if it's a fiscal 26 program, it may have the initial project end date at the end of fiscal 26. But if it was because balances do not lapse and they stay with the State Board of Ed, you could have a state board, a 24 program that is making payments out now, and the project end date needs to be later. Sometimes those end dates have been extended, sometimes they haven't. And so what we do every month is what we have done every month to make sure, that every current month payment is included on every allotment. We do this reconciliation to make sure, and usually there's a list of programs whose project end date has lapsed and they have to move that forward. So our current practice is to go 3 months prior. And the reason why is if, we want to capture your current programs, but we don't want a lot of superfluous programs. This picture here shows Alpine's allotment memo for June. And this shows you the length of the Alpine's allotment memo for period 13. Period 13, we had to not go back just 3 months as for the project end date. We actually had to go back 5 years in order to capture every single payment that went to any LEA across the board. but then it brings all of these old programs for which there are no payments or anything this year. And so we try to avoid that with for every month. But then the problem can happen that there might be a program that issued a payment 1 month, and then let's say in period 2, and now we're in period 8. And if you ever saw something drop off your allotment memo, it's probably because we passed that project end date threshold, and there haven't been any new payments from that program. So, you know, we have this kind of tension here with the old approach, which is either we're going really, really long on the allotment memos, or there's a chance that we miss programs in the current year. So, you know, for a while, we've been working to move away from this approach, from, you know, just a database and Excel spreadsheet approach. So the first thing we did, though, while we were working on the Power BI version, which we'll get to in a second, we asked State Finance to create this new allotment memo report. It looks very similar to the old one, but it has one more option, which allows us to hide any program that has no year-to-date activity. The benefit of that is we could essentially get the benefits of this, you know, not miss any programs, and yet it's staying concise. The problem, so, you know, so the pro is that it was more concise. It provided the information that you needed for the most part. But the con was that it omitted new programs with no year-to-date expenditures. So let's say you have a program, you know, it's in Utah grants, you have an approved budget. Let's say it's a reimbursement program, you have not sought reimbursement yet for that program. You know, under this new allotment memo, you would not see that program. And, you know, what we found through this process is that folks use the allotment memos for a lot more than just to, you know, record current month expenditures or current year expenditures. If you're looking at the allotment memo for budget information, then this new report was problematic. I think we tried to roll this out in May and then had to backtrack a little bit on that. That was fun. So, you know, we've been trying to be responsive to the concerns for folks, but it has felt like whack-a-mole, or, you know, when we solve one problem, there's another problem that we create. So with this new approach, our hope is that we're not creating new programs or problems, but with any new system, we're continually learning and finding out. So we now have this Tableau based version of the allotment memo report. We've been including the link to this in our emails for a number of months now. I'm going to be talking about this in a little more detail. If there's one thing from this presentation I want you to take away, though, is that the Excel versions of the allotment memos are ending this month. Starting in October, you have to come here to get your allotment memo information. All right, so looking at this new report here, because it's interactive and it's based in Tableau, you can filter and look at it many different ways depending on your needs. So you can filter information by charter or district. Under the recipient tab, this is where you would find your LEA. If you are trying to look for a specific appropriation year, so for example, if you're trying to find the grades 1 through 12 program from 25, that would be 25 PPB, you would select the 25 here. But if you just had 25, it wouldn't show your current programs from 26. So that's how you use the appropriation year filter. So if you want to look up specific program names, you can do that here. If you want to look at just federal or state dollars, you do that under the funding source slicer, I think is the term for this. If you want to look up specific revenue codes or specific program codes, for your LEA, you can do that here. And then we have these filters here for you. If, for example, because, you know, I showed you kind of that 5-page long allotment memo. The default for this allotment memo report is to bring anything that has any information that's not 0 from 2018 on. And so it will provide a lot more information than you need. It will also be really slow if you don't select your LEA right away, because it's processing the data for all LEAs. So I'd recommend you first select your LEA and then, you know, whittle it down from there. If you click yes on show only programs with non-zero expenditures, this will show you all the programs for which you have payments this period. So if you're just trying to reconcile your payments, this is a useful filter. If you're trying to reconcile your payments for the year and just make sure that you have properly coded everything that you've received this year, then you'd want to click yes on the other filter, which is show only programs with non-zero year-to-date expenditures. But if you want a broader look at everything, then I would say show all for both. Okay, so in the bottom right-hand corner of this site, you'll see this little square with an arrow. If you click that and click cross tab, you'll get this little menu. Make sure that the allotment memo data is selected, not the reset button. You can have this as a CSV or Excel file. So this is what it looks like for Alpine. You know, just the top part of that. So, you know, again, as I said before, starting not this month, but next month, allotment memos will not be sent out through email. You'll need to come here to this link to download your allotment memos. So happy to answer any other questions. If not, Winona, I will hand it over to you to talk about SOEP.
Thanks, Dale. I don't see anything in the chat. Do you want to just keep sharing your screen and we'll go through my slides quickly? I've got 2 minutes and I'm not going to go over, or at least I'm going to try not to go over. I went through this same, I've kind of pared down the training that we did at USBE, and we're going to go through it very quickly. Can you go to slide 60? There we go. This is the SOEP code and rule. And I can tell you code is like almost 800 lines and rule is about that long as well. And so this is kind of a pared down what's most important. And I think, you know, Dale said, what's the takeaway? My takeaway for you is to understand that students that are enrolled in SOEP courses remain in membership at your LEA. So it's not a dual enrollment program. It is a fee-based program. And so you receive and maintain all of the funding for that student. Let's go to the next slide. And then there's a few more things that are important, but we're not going to go through that. Go to the next one. This course decision tree, go back. So you can see there's a link there in the top. It says course decision tree. That's the link to the USBE SOEP website that has this course decision tree. And this was created based on conversations that we had with some business administrators that we figured out that there were some holes that it's a complex program. Again, 800 lines of code. And so this is our attempt to kind of break that down into more meaningful chunks. It asks a question and then allows you to, depending on that answer, make that decision whether to accept that course or reject. And you do have the authority to reject courses based on the answers to your questions. Those gray boxes are all ones that you can reject, and the blue boxes are, you know, yeses, and in some instances you are required to accept that course. Let's go ahead and just blow through those really quick. I don't think we need to go through it. While we do that, let me just make one thing super clear, and that is that the SOEP is designed for original credit. So this is not a credit recovery course. And if your students are requesting SOEP for credit recovery, your LEA may allow that student to go through the SOEP and take that for credit recovery, but they don't have to. There are other options for you. Also, right there, thank you, Dale, the reviewing and approving SOEP course slides. This is a really great link to the SOEP website that kind of takes you through step by step in how you approve. Counselors go ahead and approve or reject a CCA, course credit acknowledgement. But it is up to the business administrator, that primary approver, to either reject or accept it. That the counselor does not have that authority. It's only the primary approver that does. So just that's a takeaway there. Okay, go to the next one. Just want you to know, your funding is local, state, and federal. You guys all know that. Go to the next one. And this is kind of my deep dive into, are you funded based on the average cost of SOEP? And you can see there that, yes, you are. I understand that $1,900 of local and state and federal, there's some unrestricted and there's some restricted funds in there. So, I mean, really, you're somewhere in there, but I just wanted, the purpose of that one is just to show you that you're funded. Go to the next one. Okay, so where do you find your offsets on your allotment memo that Dale just talked about? It is listed under PPBO, and that you will find it, there's a 25 PPBO and a 26 PPBO. I just wanted you to be aware that you need to look in your current year for your public ed offset. Okay, next slide. Small school grant awards. This has changed for this year. Previously, small schools were awarded a small grant, which was a reimbursement of course fees, SOEP course fees. And in the problem was it was running out of money. The one-time funds that were awarded back in 24 are pretty much gone. And so the legislature then said, okay, we're going to tier that funding. So based on the NEST formulas, schools are now tiered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, with tiers 1 through 3 receiving priority funding. So they will be awarded those small school grant awards first. And as those course fees are incurred, 4, 5, and 6, tiers 4, 5, and 6 will be awarded those if there's money left in the program, then they will be awarded those grants for the full allocation. And you can find those on your allotment memo under 26 OCCA, that is the ongoing grant, or 24 SHHP, which was that one time funding awarded back in fiscal year 24. Okay, I almost did it. We're 4 minutes over, I'm sorry. Are there any questions?
I don't see any SOEP questions. We do have a question going back to allotment memos. Can we expect, and I think this is referring to the tableau or the Power BI allotment report, can we expect this to be updated the last day of the month in the morning? Usually the emails would come in the afternoon.
So what I would say is right now we go through reconciliations during that last week before payments are done. 2 days before the end of the month, that's the official payment date, but you receive that in the last business day of the month. We're usually processing the allotment memo, the final allotment memo that morning. It takes a while to go through that. So it'll at least be a similar time frame. I think our goal is to have it up to date the day before. We're still working on that. So yes, it should be at least as timely as the Excel version, if that's helpful. Okay, well, if that's it, please reach out to us if there are other questions. We appreciate all that you do. Sorry to go over a little bit. This is our contact information. And yeah, thank you.
Bill, I think we still plan on sending out an email, right, with participant support costs and
Yes.
those other things.
Correct. We'll still need to send out participant support costs, like for example, you know, as the STEM, what are those called? The EIP things that we're talking about this morning. You know, that kind of data will still be sent out because that will not be directly on the allotment memo. So we'll still have to do that. We'll still want to provide some context for you know, statewide changes on that. And so, yeah, we'll still be sending out emails saying, you know, allotment memos are live. Please go here. Here are the participant support costs. So yes, we'll still be doing that.
And know that you can call us.
Yep. We want to be here and serve you and do our very best to provide timely support.
All right. Very much appreciated. I maybe am not supposed to say this yet, but the MSP limited review for fiscal year 25 is basically wrapped up, and we're told there's no findings. So we want to give a shout out to Dell and Winona on that, and they continue to do a great job with billions of dollars. So, all right. We are going to pass the time over now to Cole Shakespeare and his team, and we'll let them take it away.
Okay, I'm just going to take a quick second before I turn the time over to my team. Just wanted to say thank you to all UBAs that we've worked with, on monitoring visits last year and, in the prior years before that. We appreciate your help and your cooperation. Yeah, we look forward to, working with you guys over this next year, those of you that have monitoring visits. So, yeah, we're here to help you guys. We're not out to get you. We're just kind of the middlemen, making sure everybody's following all the complex rules and regulations we have to follow. So, yeah, with that, if you need anything, feel free to reach out to us or anyone on my team for training or questions or anything. And we're more than happy to jump on a call, do research, figure things out. I know the last couple of weeks I've had to do some research on some questions that came up that I thought I knew the answer on, but I didn't. So, we're still learning these programs, the ins and outs in some places, because it's not always black and white for us. So, yeah, we appreciate you guys and thanks for all you do and for your help when we come and visit. So, I'll go ahead and turn over the time to Scott Crapo. He'll give you guys a quick update on school fees, and then we'll roll to Diane Freeman and then Matthew Nye.
All right, thanks, Cole. Can everyone see that? Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. My name is Scott Crapo. I am a school fees monitor, and along with Gina Smith. So if you guys ever have questions about school fees, we are your people. All right, so just to go over my agenda for today, I'm planning on being really quick. So I want to talk a little bit about school fees sources, what we're looking at when we do our monitoring, define what a fee is, talk about what fees are allowable and unallowable, changes for next year that are coming, and then answer any question or talk about monitoring, and then any questions that anyone may have. All right, so for school fees, our bread and butter is Utah Code 53G-7 Part 5 and Admin Rule R277-407. Sorry. And so this is where all of our information for school fees comes from. On this next slide, we do have additional laws that intersect with fee policies, and so we also do different aspects of of the whole LEA experience and the school fees. And this is where we're going to pull all of our what we need to do, what we need to stay in compliance with. All right, so for what is a fee? A fee means a charge, expense, deposit, rental, or payment applies regardless of how an LEA terms, describes, requests, or requires it, whether directly or indirectly. Paid in money, goods, or services required for full participation in or admission to an LEA-sponsored activity, course, or program. This also includes payments to third parties that provide part of your school activity, class, or program. I wanted to bring up that the requested or required includes both direct instruction and indirect pressure, such as peer influence or implied expectations. For example, if a school if a school offers spirit packs for athletes and students feel pressured by coaches or peers to buy them, those items are no longer considered personal discretionary purchases. Parent organizations and booster clubs should be informed that any item or activity they request or require on behalf of the school becomes a school fee. And these fees must be board approved, listed on the fee schedule, and eligible for waivers. All right, so what is not a fee? Here's just a list of things that are not necessarily considered fees. So student fines, these are more of the destruction of school property and personal property. It also includes parking fines as well. Payments for school fees, refundable deposits, insurance charges unless required for participation, fundraising contributions, personal discretionary purchases, non-curricular clubs, charges for college credit courses, credit card convenience fees, and school uniforms unless they are expensive or prescriptive. Okay, so fees in elementary schools. So for K through 6, regular school day activities, there's to be no fees. That includes materials, textbooks, supplies, assemblies, field trips, and requests or items requested from home. Allowable school fees for elementary schools. So if you have a 6th grade that is part of a school that also has 7th through 12th, then some of those school day activities for that 6th grade class are allowable, but the 6th grade has to follow the secondary model of delivering instruction. And then any school-sponsored activities that take place outside of the regular school day, and any additional discretionary projects. So for elementary schools, when you request supplies from a student's parent, if your teachers send out a requested supply list, it needs to have this notice on there that the items are going to be used during the school day. They can be brought from home on a voluntary basis, but if not, then the school will supply them. All right, so for secondary schools, they've changed up how the courses are run, the classes are run. So we have fee courses and non-fee courses. So a non-fee course, it results in course credit within the course standards established by the state board for the following, and that's English language arts, health education, mathematics, science, and social studies. And a fee course is going to be not a non-fee course. So this means that the courses are offered in secondary schools that fall outside of those mandated core subjects. And we'll talk a little bit more about what fees can be charged in each of those. All right, so prohibited fees for secondary students. So beginning this year, LEAs may not charge secondary student fees for several categories of expenses, except for where expressly allowed. So fees cannot be charged for any expense related to a non-fee course. And there are exceptions to that we will go over. Fees cannot be charged for a textbook, and the definition of a textbook includes instructional material necessary for participation in an activity, course, or program, regardless of format, including hard copy books, printed pages, like consumable workbooks, computer hardware, software, or digital content. Textbooks do not include school equipment, instructional equipment, or instructional supplies. LEAs are responsible for purchasing necessary textbooks. Fees cannot be charged for school equipment. School equipment is defined as durable and reusable equipment, facilities, or tools owned by a school and used by a student. Fees cannot be charged for a common education expense, and the definition of that is that it's an expense an LEA incurs related to instruction for all courses unrelated to a specific course, program, or activity, and includes employment of educators, staff, capital facilities, and operation/maintenance costs. All right, so allowable school fees for secondary students. So beginning this school year, LEAs may charge secondary student fees for specific items, provided certain conditions are met. In non-fee courses, allowable charges include instructional equipment that becomes the student's property upon program completion, school field trips or activity trips, including transportation, food, and lodging, and admission, and school activity clothing that meets specific requirements and may be rented or retained by the student. Discretionary projects, those completed in addition to or instead of required classroom projects. LEAs may charge for competency remediation programs as well. In fee courses, LEAs may charge for all items permitted in non-fee courses, as well as instructional supplies that are consumable or non-reusable, and school equipment fees that support life cycle replacement costs. Additional allowable charges include musical instrument rentals, licensing fees for fine arts intellectual property, and participation in driver's education. Fees may be charged for expenses related to post-secondary courses such as tuition, college credit exams, and textbooks. These courses include advanced placement, international baccalaureate, and concurrent enrollment courses. Fees may also apply to extracurricular activities, including the life cycle replacement costs for school equipment directly related to the extracurricular activity. Changes that are going to be happening for next year is that every LEA awarding graduation credits has to ensure that there is at least one option or pathway for graduation requirement that fulfills the graduation requirement and does not require any fee or fee waiver. And so the only exclusion to this is that if a charter school offers an AP or IB or CE course, and everyone has to take that, then that will be the exception for that. Any fees for activities, courses, or programs must be clearly identified alongside their descriptions in the LEA's registration materials. So they put that into law. With this pathway, a lot of schools have been reaching out and asking questions about the courses that they're offering. One example that comes to my mind is instead of offering maybe like a painting course, that you would offer instead an art appreciation course, and that way the art appreciation course doesn't have any fees associated with it. Chart of accounts. I may be phoning a friend on this one. But so LEAs must adhere to the general accounting standards outlined in R277-113, ensuring consistency and transparency in financial reporting. LEAs are required to accrue school fees and fee waivers. All school fee financial data must be included in the AFR and the APR submissions. These reports must be uploaded to the UPEFS system. by October 1st each year, and we pull the school fees data from there each year to look at when we do monitoring visits. For monitoring, so we do quite a bit of monitoring. We have a schedule set of which schools we need to see each year. But if we also get enough complaints, or we find during like a parent complaint that something just doesn't add up correctly, then we may do an additional monitoring just to make sure that the complaint, or that the LEA in the complaint is compliant. It's what we want, and we want every LEA to be in compliance. I'm not trying to say that you're breaking the law or anything. I want to be your friend in this situation and make sure that we can all do the best that we can for our students. So our monitoring promotes equity, and removes socioeconomic barriers to student participation. And when we do find that you may be out of compliance, we're going to subject you to a corrective action plan. When we send out our corrective action plans, we want to give you, the LEA, the time that you need to complete the corrective action plan, and we're also going to listen to your suggestions on how to complete that, so that it works best for you and for us and gets you in compliance. All right, so again, those resources are 53G-7 Part 5 school fees and Board Rule R277-407. You're more than welcome to contact us anytime for any school fees question. Me and Gina and I are always happy to help. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Not seeing any, Scott.
All right. Well, I want to say thank you again. Here's the school fee, our contact information. I'm working on getting our website up to date and making sure that all of our documents and everything on there have the correct codes on there. But if you have any questions, let me or Gina know. We'd be happy to help.
Thank you, Scott. And we will pass over to Diane Freeman now.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I will begin to share. I'm Diane Freeman. I am, whoops, sorry. There we go. Is it sharing or no?
Not yet. You might have to do one more click.
Try this again. I'm sorry.
After you select the window, there's a video.
There we go. Well, are we sharing the right screen? You guys seeing my slides?
We are. We're
Because
not
I'm seeing a calendar
yet. We're seeing the PowerPoint, but if you can put it in presentation mode
there. Okay.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wasn't sure it was even on the right screen for you. Okay. I am Diane Freeman. I'm a fiscal monitor on Cole Shakespeare's team, and I'm over internal controls. So today we're going to talk about time and effort reporting. It's going to be a party. It'll be fast. We're going to play, and you'll get a lot of good information if you listen. And if you find it easier to go back and look at my slides, you'll see a lot of information, particularly in the last two slides. Okay, so come on now. It's not advancing. Tips. There we go. Okay, our time today, we're going to talk about what are internal controls and LEA specific policies and procedures. The consistency in reporting is important. We'll go over that, as well as the CFR and board rules. We'll talk about what is effort and how is it reported. And then I'd like to go over my process when I work with the LEAs. And I have 2 slides at the end that have summary information to them that you can access later. So first we'll talk about internal controls. These are defined by administrative board rule as processes that are implemented by an entity's administration. They are designed to ensure that money and resources are spent or used effectively and efficiently, especially that they comply with the laws, rules, and regulations. For me, it's the most important element of internal controls that we produce reliable documentation, because that will help your LEA in audits and in fiscal reviews. And then the LEAs need to be protected. So internal controls protect the LEA from fraud and error. And if you create uniformity of expectations, it will also protect the LEA in the future. I came up with this diagram to just illustrate the relationship between a policy and a procedure. So your policies tell us why we're creating procedures. When you create your procedures, those will show us how we plan to implement that policy. And I like to ask all of the LEAs to reference our codes, the rules and codes. That just provides you with some support for the criteria of your policy and your procedures. You can also then reverse that process and make sure that your procedures are addressing all of your reference codes. So I like this diagram. I think it helps people simplify the relationship between what a policy is and a procedure and how it helps the LEA. At the bottom, I've added this quote. I met with an LEA this month, and at the end of our meeting, she told me that she felt that this is the P&P that will save your bacon. And for her, she thought that it was a really helpful experience to go through the rules and regulations and how she can better prepare her LEA to handle time and effort reporting. So why would you want to create a LEA specific P&P? So your policies and procedures serve as a roadmap. Your administrators want to manage the LEA, especially to reduce liability, fraud, and error. So if you create one that is specific to your LEA and you include the LEA's name in the policy and procedures, this gives the administration authority in defining the steps that you intend to follow. So then I'm often asked, can we copy the policies and procedures from an LEA? Another LEA? Well, sure, you can. If you make sure that theirs is up to date and in compliance. At any given moment, I'm working with 11 or 12 LEAs at one time. So a lot of them are going through some updates right now. This is our emphasis for this year. And I would just encourage the LEA, if you're going to copy the content from someone else's policy and procedure, that you ensure that those procedures reflect your unique way of tracking and reporting time and effort in your documentation. And then, of course, as we all know, the federal and state auditors or fiscal monitors, they're going to use this language to make sure that you're following those procedures that you've written into your policy. And so you want to make sure you're in compliance with federal and state regulation, which is why we're here to help you do that. Consistency in reporting, I view this as an equation, A plus B equals C. We are going to create uniformity, which will then simplify our method. We're going to go across programs, so it will be generic language. Your time and effort policy and its procedures will cover all funding that hits you from federal or state now or in the future, funding that you don't even have yet, perhaps. If you use that uniformity and you report it consistently, your time and effort reporting goes consistently, you're going to ease the burden of concern, because you do not want to get to your fiscal monitoring session and be wondering, where is all your documentation? So if you're simplifying your method of reporting, you keep it consistent, you go all the way across your programs. Now your fiscal monitor session is going to have all of your documentation easily available, which is why I said in the beginning that producing reliable documentation is key and critical when you're reporting consistently. In the end, it will clarify the expectation for your administration and your staff, especially the frequency of time and effort reporting as defined by your procedures. So for you visual learners out there, if your procedures are crystal clear and your reporting is all up to snuff, you will be in compliance. You at least have a great chance of being in compliance. And the fun part, rules and regulations for time and effort. On the left, we have the CFR, which is your Code of Federal Regulations. On the right is the Administrative Board Rule. So under Code of Federal Regulations, we have 2 CFR 200.430. Most of you are familiar with this. This is the regulation that simply says you are going to track your time and effort, period. If we bounce over to the right side of your screen under Administrative Board Rule, we have the rules R277-113 sections 5 and 6. These pair well with the 200.430 because this one indicates that the LEA is required to create that policy and procedure, and it will be applied to both federal and non-federal funding, and that you will have this policy and procedure board approved and posted to your website. Those 3 regulations right there bring you into compliance pretty close to all the way. On the left side of your screen, there's one more. It's 200.334. This is the maintenance of records that indicates that you will save your records for 5 years. So right there, you've got these codes. I would like these referenced in your policy and procedure someplace. And I think you'll see why there's value in that as we move forward with our discussion. So what is time and effort reporting? It's the time spent on any program or activity that is funded by the federal or the state government or non-federal. So if you consistently report the information in purple, you will come close to being in compliance. You want to have your first and last name of the employee. You want to have the actual percentage of effort that is spent on each activity or program up to 100%. You want to make sure you include the name of the program or activity and its associated object codes. And a reporting range, this is a start and end date. This is not FY24. This is your start date and your end date that includes a month, a day, and a year to a month, a day, and a year. And I just want to throw out there an example and a question that I get sometimes. If our documents are signed and approved on May 29th of 2024, using our example of date range here, would we change our reporting period to May 29th, 2024 instead of June 30th? The answer is no. Continue to have your reporting period exactly as is. You're covering that time, even though the employees were paid last payment on May 29th. So you're still reporting through June 30th. That's your reporting period. You want to include a signature and date of the employee and or your supervisor on your documentation. This is going to be determined by the LEA's procedure. So whatever you are doing or intend to do, be sure that's written in your procedures. And yes, digital approvals are adequate. The digital approvals need to include all the same information. I would like for you to make sure that you understand if you're in compliance with the federal regulations, then it means that you are also documenting single and multiple cost objectives, regardless of their funding source. That's pretty key too. So does time and effort apply to stipends and bonus pay? It does. Effort is tied to the program itself, and it's reported in a percentage up to, but not to exceed, 100%. So you can have an employee working on a Title I program 100% of their time and then receive a stipend or a bonus pay that comes also from Title I funding. And if you do that, your program time is still 100% of that employee's effort. So the program is where you come up with your percentage, regardless of the funding source. This is an example of a semi-annual documentation. In my meetings with our LEAs, I'm hearing a lot of them change. their process to incorporate semi-annual documentation instead of monthly. So this is an example of one of the documents, and you can get more of these examples from the USBE time and effort guidance. And I wanted to make a distinction here about the period of reporting versus the time frame of approval. So a period of reporting is the start and end date of the reporting period using the month, day, and year. This must be in your documentation. This has to be included in your effort documentation. The time frame of approval is, are we approving these monthly, semi-annually, or are we going to specify dates? Are we doing them annually? And your procedures need to have the time frame of approval written into them. So one of them goes on your documentation, the other one is part of your procedure. The two of them come together. When you're doing an audit or a fiscal monitor looks at it, they're going to look at your documentation and go back to your policy and make sure that your procedures match what you're actually doing. Okay, here's the fun one. So in the past year, 60 fiscal monitoring visits occurred for special education and title programs. Of those 60, how many LEAs do you think were issued a finding related to time and effort? And it can be policy, procedure, or practices. Does anyone have a guess? Okay. It's 46 out of 60 LEAs. So 77% of those 60 LEAs had time and effort findings. So think to yourself, how close was your guess? Because that helps you understand the relevance. And then was your LEA one of them? Because if it is, then perhaps we can work together and make it a little easier for you to understand why. So my process, one of the fiscal monitors will refer your LEA to me. They're going to give me a summary. They're going to summarize the issues that they've identified in time and effort. It can be any of those items there, documentation, time frame, procedures, or policy. But understand that a fiscal monitor can issue a finding with or without a fiscal impact to the LEA. So when I get a referral, I'm going to contact that LEA, and I'm going to include your business administrators, whether you're inside or outside of the organization, and I will offer my services. These services are offered through USBE. I will invite the LEA to schedule a meeting with me, and we're just going to review the recommendations that will help to improve the internal controls. So now you've accepted my invite. And what are we going to do? We're going to work together. So what you can expect is a 30 to 60 minute meeting, during which time I will share my screen. It will show you your existing time and effort policy and procedures with my notes sprinkled throughout. We're going to talk about how I color code my notes for you. We'll discuss the recommendations and what they mean or how they impact you. And then you will take that information. I will send it to you in an email. You'll take it. You'll discuss how you're going to modify your document and get it board approved, and then turn it back into me and your fiscal monitor and wrap it all up in a neat little package. Please note that some of the items we'll discuss in our meeting may require the LEA's action to correct a non-compliance. And other points that we make in the meeting are just suggestions to kind of bolster your compliance and your internal controls in general. So our conversation would be referred to as a time and effort policy and procedure review meeting. And this is a service that USBE has added to its protocol to better collaborate with you during that monitoring process. This slide and the next slide is where you'll find a lot more detail about what we've already discussed. The main points are bold, and I think it's really helpful for you to look at this slide as well as the last slide, which involves all of the documentation details plus your codes that I'd like you to reference. My email address is on this slide as well as the first slide. And with that, that concludes my questions. That concludes my presentation. Do we have any questions?
We did have one in the chat, and I think Cole answered it. I don't know if you have anything to add. Question was, are all of those time and effort requirements in board rule? And Cole said they're in federal regulations, and time and effort rules for state special education mirror the federal regulations.
Great.
All right. Thank you, Diane. Any other questions? Yes, you will all receive the slides that were presented today. I've been trying to throw most of them in the chat, but we'll compile them all and send them out. So, all right. We will go to Matthew 9.
Thank you, Sam, I appreciate that. Give me just a minute and I'll get my screen shared here with you guys. Is everybody able to see the screen?
Yep.
So welcome to, I guess, last training from Cole's team. Appreciate all those who have presented before me. Okay. So today we are going to be talking about understanding unallowable expenses in special education, and we're going to help identify some costs not covered in our special education programs. So today we're going to talk about unallowable expenses related to 504 services, unallowable expenses related to MTSS or multi-tiered systems of support, Medicaid billing services as unallowable expenses, possible unallowable payroll costs. I don't think we'll cover the policies and procedures. I believe that was just covered by Diane and hers. And then we can talk a little bit about program accounting and reporting for CCEIS, CEIS, and private school proportionate share. The reason why we are covering the unallowable expenses related to 504 services, unfortunately, unlike in Diane's presentation, I do not have the statistics for how many times we have issued a finding in our monitoring visits for 504 and MTSS, but it is one of the more common findings that we issue. Section 504 provides accommodation and modifications to prevent discrimination via a 504 plan. Civil rights mandate under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act does not include funding. 504 software and services are often listed as line items alongside IEP invoicing. So what we're seeing here is that we are having charges put to a funding source, specifically IDEA, where there is no funding available for the 504, but they are being charged to special education. And that's one of the reasons why we are issuing findings here, is because it's not a covered cost under special education. And a lot of times what ends up happening is, like it says here in I guess subsection B here, is that the 504 software is listed on the same invoice as your IEP software. So you'll have an IEP line item, and then there will be a line item for 504/MTSS. And that whole entire invoice gets charged to special education versus being broken out between special education and general education. With IDEA, the goal is to provide specially designed instruction and related services. This is documented in an individual education program and is limited to 13 specific disability categories. IEP falls under the Individuals Disability Education Act, IDEA, which provides federal funding for special education services. When it comes to the multi-tiered systems of support is a general education framework for all learners. It is not generally considered an allowable use of IDEA funds because it is designed for all students, not just students with a disability. This is the reason why we're talking about Medicaid billing services today, is this has been a recent one that has come up for us. And we are learning from the instance that we have seen that there may be others who are also following this same pattern. But the cost for administering Medicaid services may not be charged to the IDEA grants. That includes not only federal, but state, because these costs are not necessary for the implementation of the IDEA program. They might be necessary to implement Medicaid, but not for the implementation of IDEA. Medicaid billing services are administrative tasks that do not provide direct educational support to students. And one thing that our special education rules manual talks about is that charges to IDEA must provide a direct educational benefit to the students, and Medicaid billing does not fall within those parameters. As Diane talked about in her presentation with time and effort, unallowable payroll costs can arise from failure to provide time and effort documentation. So failure to document time and effort can result in unallowable payroll costs and compliance issues. Payroll for unqualified staff. This is something that we have seen in our monitoring visits, where a general education teacher will be providing the instruction, and that person is not qualified to do so. Now, so that person's just not qualified to do so. So staff qualifications must comply with program standards to ensure funding, eligibility, and compliance. Paraeducators, when used to carry out Part B of the IDEA, must be appropriately trained and supervised and utilized in accordance with the USBE paraeducator standards. LEAs shall provide documentation of training and supervision to USBE staff upon request. And believe me, when we come into these situations, we will work with you guys as the LEAs to find whatever means necessary that would satisfy our requirements for documentation of not only licensing, but training and supervision. We will work with you guys to do whatever we can to make sure that you guys are compliant. But there still may be times when appropriate documentation may not be obtained, and then we will issue a finding on those things. For those of you who this applies to, the private school proportionate share is proper use of designated program codes is required to ensure correct allocation of special education funds. Again, for those of you who it applies to, there is a new accounting code 7528 that we would like to see you guys using to help us distinguish what funds have been used for private school proportionate share versus which ones are being used for your regular special education, mainly like your 7525 and others along those lines. And that's also the same with the coordinated early intervening services, the CEIS and the CCEIS. We have a program code of 7529. Again, if you guys have questions about that, please reach out to us and we can give you guys some further direction. But these program codes are in our chart of accounts at the State Board of Education. And that is all that I have to present on today. Were there any questions that I can answer?
I don't see any. Yeah, oh, we just got one. Can you see that one or?
Yeah, are due process hearing settlement costs and agreements allowable and chargeable? I just lost the rest of it.
Allowable and chargeable to special education and legal costs.
That is an excellent question. And I don't have the answer right off the top of my head, but I can get that information and get back to you with that.
Yeah, let us look into that, Todd. I think I sent you an email about this a little bit ago, but we can follow up and do some more research and get back to you on more details.
And I saw that there was another one that came across as well that talked about
Yeah, it was just a follow-up on if settlement costs are included in MOE.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to get you some more information on that.
Okay. Don't see anything else at this point, so Nestor, we're 9 minutes early to you, so we expect you to leave us at least 9 minutes early from the full training here.
All righty then, do you hear me?
We do.
All right, everybody. Welcome. Hi. Am I sharing my screen, Sam?
Not yet. Let's see it.
No,
Yeah.
but am I? Is that well, maybe I'll share my screen.
Yeah, unless you want me to.
Let's go ahead. Go ahead and I think all I'm doing is I can't find. There it is. Sorry, I got it now, I think. All right. Let's see, does everybody see the PowerPoint screen at least?
Yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and let's go from the very beginning. Sorry about this, everyone. All right. So thank you, everybody, for having me talk to you about the general economy and what's going on. So welcome. I'll try to make it short and brief. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat. But in any case, my name is Nestor Rodriguez. I'm the economist here at USBE. And this is the economic update. This is going to be really similar to what it will be presented at the next board meeting in October, hopefully. Just a general idea of what's going on in the economy. The idea being with that generally what happens is what happens in the general economy, with some exceptions here in Utah, do filter through to everybody throughout the country. So that's why it's really important to sort of focus on what's going on sort of in the general macro sense, if you will. So what we're going to go through basically are the monthly revenue snapshots. We had a recent one released, the July monthly revenue snapshot from the Utah State Tax Commission. And this is a summary report of what's the TC23. Also, some indicators from the Utah Economic Council. And this is based on their more recent report on business indicators, economic and business indicators from June of 25. Then the last GDP report was an advanced estimate that had originally come out. Now there's a second estimate that's come out more recently, that being August 28th, 2025. And this is basically reading second quarter GDP. This is from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, otherwise known as BEA. And really to iterate the notion here that for some reason I think has been really lost in the media is what the goal of the Federal Reserve was, which was this idea of a soft landing, which I may have mentioned in our previous training in the spring, but this notion of helping the economy slowly land without causing a recession, at the same time trying to at least minimize inflation. And so revenue highlights, and this is really, I'm going to kind of gloss through this because we have a newer snapshot, that being the July numbers. Revenues represent an increase year over year of 4.2%. Note the target rate, and this is going to coincide with the July report. The target rate was 1.2%. So we've superseded, if you will, the target rate for general income tax funds revenues. And so income tax funds directly, there was a year over year growth of 6.4%. And again, the target rate was expected to be 4.4%. And so there was growth across multiple categories in terms of revenue collections above the projected range. But what's really important to know, and this is in line with this idea of a soft landing, I can't iterate this enough. The economy over the last 10 or so odd years, from the Great Recession, if you will, of 2008, has really been whipsawed. We've had some unusual circumstances, that being, for example, the COVID episode, and now the uncertainty associated with, I'll allude to this later, the tariffs, and our international trade situation. And so, and then as of course, this recent bout of inflation. So consumers, agents in the economy, as we call them, but basically consumers and companies have been really whipsawed. And so what we see now is a stabilization, which is really positive considering what we've gone through in the last decade or so. And so this is commentary from the June 2025 session. And overall, this is for your reference, but really everything is positive. Again, like I mentioned, the idea being that we've superseded what were the growth estimates expected. And you're going to see the same lingo if you look at 2025, you're going to see sort of the same idea. And that being that what you can see with the green arrows is overall things are looking better. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. This is considering where we've come from, what we've been through. Economy has stabilized, at least locally here in Utah, but you're going to see this in the general economy as well. And given recent uncertainty associated with tariffs and looking back a little further, but this inflationary bout that we've had, things are stabilizing and looking okay. And so you see here again, this is really iterating what we're gonna talk about with the July 2025 monthly revenue snapshot. That being that things have stabilized, things are sort of going back to normal, if you will. So this is the July preliminary year-end revenue snapshot. And again, this represented the general and income tax fund revenues, represented the revenues were 11.9 billion approximately, and this was a growth of 4.5% year over year. The target rate, again, as I had iterated earlier, was 1.2%. Specifically to the income tax fund, revenues year over year were 6.3%. And again, the target rate was 4.4%. And so again, growth across multiple categories, we're seeing the same story. Things have stabilized considering what's happened over the last decade or so in terms of revenues. And again, very positive or more optimistic outlooks in the summary sections of this report. And I'm just going to, in the bolded there, the growth of this source largely supported by an underlying labor market, which has experienced steady growth in both wages and the number of jobs over the last year. So something to really consider. And with the business indicators that we're going to talk about later, Utah seems to sort of, this has been the story for the last few years now, seems to, relatively speaking, beat to its own drum. And whereas the rest of the economy sort of experiences extremes, Utah seems to sort of and without jinxing, has been sort of growing steadily. And that's sort of encouraging for local policymakers. And so there you see again, the green arrow suggesting, as was the last snapshot, that revenues have stabilized. And again, this is really, you can look back on your own on the legislature's website. You can see their budget reports that our revenues in percentage terms have stabilized relative to where they were just a couple of years ago. So again, very encouraging. And this is just another indicator or another diagram showing you that sort of stabilization, that growth, and then stabilization to maybe where we were. Now, this is what I had presented to the board, and I just wanted to sort of show you what the soft landing idea is or was. And this notion was that in this high inflationary environment, relatively speaking, actually a few years ago, what the Federal Reserve was trying to do by raising rates is not to raise them so much that you cause a recession or economic contraction. Instead, you raise them enough to try to quell inflation, and at the same time, sort of guide the economy, sort of think of a plane landing on the runway, this idea of a soft landing, but you don't want to run the airplane into the ground. And so you were seeing this sort of 9 quarters of economic growth, as you could see here, steady economic growth, which is what the Federal Reserve wants and policymakers want. Because if you have too much growth, then in turn, that can also be inflationary. And so what the Federal Reserve has been trying to do, and I think they've, to some sense, accomplished that, is they've helped the economy to sort of land, a soft landing, if you will, over the past couple of years. And so that's what you saw here until we had the first quarter of this year, where we had the administration with their tariff policies, policies. Sort of this really was a notion of uncertainty that entered into the economy, into the general economy. And so what you saw in Q1 was a reversal of that steady growth because of all this uncertainty associated with what were going to be the outcomes of any tariffs that were instituted or were going to be instituted, and sort of this day-to-day uncertainty, week-to-week, month-to-month uncertainty. However, sort of as the economy has gotten has gotten some guidance as time has moved along, what you've seen in Q2 is sort of a reversal back to where we were. And that's what that green line, dotted line is showing you, is that we're kind of going back to where we were and in line with what was happening previously, and sort of just in lieu of what was in Q1, where there was so much uncertainty with regard to what were policies going to be with our trading partners, et cetera, et cetera. So I would cautiously suggest that maybe the economy is back into this soft landing mode, if you will. And so again, as you can see here, this is just another depiction showing you basically that this is really this second quarter advanced estimate, which ends up becoming the general estimate now, because we've already had the second report, that we're sort of reverting back to the soft landing mode that we were in before this first quarter. And so indicators, and this is from the Utah Economic Council, a very informative group that meets and releases their indicators. And what you will see is they're forecasting US GDP, the 2024-25 to be 1.5%, whereas Utah real GDP was 3.3%. In 2026, again, as you could see, and this is kind of indicative in both of these, you see the Utah's real gross domestic product compared to the rest of the country in percentage terms is higher. And so again, this sort of notion I had indicated earlier, that Utah sort of beats to its own drum, if you will, from an economic standpoint. And so here were the indicators, the latest indicators from June of 25. And again, you see here in terms of real GDP compared to the rest of the country, Utah's percentages are higher in percentage terms. And then note that even then, we've sort of, if you could compare the two, I really can't do it on this screen. If you contrast the two, you will see that the updates of Utah real GDP and US GDP have changed, with Utah real GDP from 24 to 25 being updated higher, and US real GDP sort of going down or being updated lower. And so again, I really can't stress this enough. We really have to consider that there's this notion of a soft landing may have occurred. And the idea being that given recent economic news with regard to GDP, also with regard to what's happening on the inflation front, i.e. Inflation relative to a few years ago has gone down considerably, that we are in this premise of a soft landing episode if we have not already accomplished that. And so this was the advanced estimate where, according to BEA, Bureau of Economic Analysis, the advanced estimate was that GDP had increased at an annual rate of 3.0%. But now the latest update, which was just about 3 weeks or so ago, GDP actually increased at an annual rate of 3.3%, so more positive news. Now, something to keep in mind, I don't think I bring it up here, but there's a trade-off. So what we've seen also is, the Federal Reserve sort of on a tightrope of sorts, if you will, because they have to maneuver the U.S. economy, as big as it is, with inflation, the uncertainty of tariffs, and also the ongoing, there's a trade-off of sorts between inflation and unemployment. And what you're seeing is, and you hear the rhetoric, and this is going to be iterated towards the very end, that the labor markets are softening. And so the idea being that there was this inherent trade-off between raising interest rates to quell inflation, but also as a result, again, if you think just a simple analogy, company in town, they may be hesitant because it is more expensive to invest in maybe a production facility. That production facility, in turn, because interest rates are so high, being more expensive will need more jobs. And that's sort of where we are in terms of the labor market being, what the term being softer, or just is sort of slowing, okay? But the Federal Reserve doesn't want to make that too drastic. And that's, we're going to get into in a minute with the recent announcement with regard to interest rates, because then if no one starts hiring, then that becomes maybe a recession. Okay, so Sam, are there any questions so far? On this side, I can't see anything.
None so far.
Okay, so again, this is straight from BEA, from their website. It's a very informative website, gives a bunch of information about a host of economic indicators. And again, as you could see there, as I iterated, this Q1 here really does seem to just be associated with uncertainty, associated with our stance with regard to trade, tariffs, and et cetera. So this was more recent. This was August of 2025. We had a pretty important event yesterday. But this was when the Federal Reserve was meeting. This was their Jackson Hole Economic Symposium, an annual event. And this is where the notion of opening the door to a September rate cut, which has just happened, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But inflation risks were still tilted to the upside. And they believe that their tariff-related inflation pressures are now clearly visible. And this is what I was iterating earlier. These downside risks to employment are rising, and this notion of the Federal Reserve raised rates to slow the economy and hopefully not to slow the economy so much, but to slow inflation more than anything. And in turn, by raising rates, it slows the economy, but you don't want to slow it so much that you would cause a recession, an economic contraction. So now they're seeing downside risk to employment, because we've seen employment numbers that were pretty steady up to about maybe a few months ago. We're starting to see numbers coming in where we're having the labor market is slowing, job growth is slowing, and maybe the number of unemployment claims or jobless claims, rising. And so if those risks materialize, they would, what you don't want to happen is that you do something, it becomes so drastic, you have higher layoffs, higher layoffs, and then rising unemployment. And so this is what's happened yesterday. And this was the Federal Reserve in line with what was expected. I'm going to go back to this, but pretty much markets, what you saw yesterday, they were expecting this from late August of this year. And that was that the Federal Reserve was going to be open to a rate cut. Really, the biggest question was, how much would they raise it? Would they lower the rate by? It'd be 25 basis points or 50 basis points, 0.25%, 0.5%. But in any case, they did lower it by 25 basis points. This was the first reduction of this year. They're projecting 2 more cuts for the rest of the year. They're still assessing the impact of tariffs on the economy. They have, in line with what was said in August, their job gains have slowed, and they're monitoring labor markets. The unemployment rate has edged up, but it's in historical terms still the unemployment rate, and not to be insensitive, it's very low compared to what it has been in the past, especially when we have crises. So inflation, as the federal prediction, the Fed's prediction, excuse me, inflation they predict to be 3.1%. They have upgraded real GDP, and I think this is in line with that second quarter second announcement from BEA. And the Federal Reserve also has their own measures of 1.6% versus 1.4%. And as you can see there, unemployment they upgraded it from 4.5%, and it was 4.3%. So again, I really want to iterate in this sense here that the soft landing, I think, it seems to have occurred. And maybe it just doesn't get as much play in the media as it should, because the Federal Reserve, by raising rates, has brought down inflation, but they are also meeting head on, if you will, the tariff situation, which may be potentially inflationary, which is what they, as late as yesterday, indicated the impacts of tariffs on the economy. But with that said, this notion of a soft landing, the economy has relatively stabilized to where it was. And so from a local standpoint, policymakers have been very judicious, because we saw what happened with the uncertainty associated with tariffs in the first quarter. And if that's ongoing, that's like an economic shock of sorts, and we saw it, the data showed it, that would caution policymakers both nationally and locally to act judiciously and sort of take their, be very careful about, any economic measures or policies going forward until we get a better sense of where we're going to be. And again, I think the Federal Reserve has iterated a few times already. They're really concerned about just this uncertainty associated with tariffs in lieu of what they have been doing, which is trying to bring down inflation and at the same time not bring it down so much that you cause a recession. Okay, now, with that said, just with regard to funding, there's a report put on the legislature's website that I thought was very informative. Some of you have seen it in the past, and this is in line with just looking at data on new spending, the implementation spending and performance results for new state spending that was authorized for this year. So there's the link on the website. This is what the website looks like. And I thought, again, it was very informative and something that sort of, if you have any questions about specific programs, it goes across multiple agencies and multiple settings, if you will. And I thought that would be really informative for folks with regard to what has happened in lieu of the end of session and any, like I said, as it says, to implementation spending and performance results for the state spending that was authorized for fiscal year 2025. And I think with that said, I just wanted to say thank you. And that was my recent visit to USDB. Just pictures, really enjoyed my time there with the folks there. And so there's just pictures from that visit. It was about a month or so ago. And with that said, if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Nestor. I don't see any right this second, but appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for sticking with us through this long day. Again, we'll record this training and provide all the presentations for you here in the near future. Please let us know if you have any trouble filling out the HB2 stipend classified FTE survey. We need to get that in so we can get that out to you and you can pay your employees. Please let us know again if there are any requests that you have for training in your LEA or even for your board members or anything like that. We're happy to set that up. But again, thank you, and we will see you all soon.